This is the moment.
This is a
Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How are you all doing today? Iodine and Borderline. Hey, I'm Katar. Lauren Fluffy Art. Yo, Mr. White, we need to start the socialist revolution, Mr. White. I mean, you're not wrong. Sean's Corner, why am I getting Twitch notifs for the Beast games? I have not gotten any of those, and yeah, I also do not care even the slightest about that, so I'm kind of glad that I didn't. It's, I don't even really know what that is, anyway. Yeah, you are blessed to not know Iodine and Borderline, I imagine. And, hello, Lennon. Okay, so real quick before we get started today. As you can see by the title of the stream, we're going to be covering some topics that are, let's just say a little bit sensitive. Please, try and, you know, maintain a sense of decorum. This, like, whenever we talk about this stuff, Twitch does get quite mad. So keep that in mind, please. And also, please follow on YouTube in case I get banned from Twitch again, as has happened before, because when Twitch bans you, they ban, like, the entire channel. You can't see any of the links anymore, and then you can't find me, which is what happened last time. And avoiding that would be nice, ideally. Now then, I think just to start off with, this is not related to the main title, but it is related to the holidays, and it is the holiday season. It's actually almost Christmas, isn't it? By the way, I hope you're all doing mentally okay after Thanksgiving and are starting to prepare for having to do this again for Christmas. Yeah. But let's have a look at, I don't know, how some people treat service workers. You should make one of those GG websites like Vosh or somebody. YouTube chat feels like I'm a boomer. Well, actually, I am trying to do that, Captain Buggy. I've reached out to actually the same person who made the .gg site for Vosh and for a bunch of other streamers. I'm hoping to hear back from them after the holidays. It is kind of a busy time, but that's the plan, because if I do that, then it doesn't matter whether Twitch or YouTube gets pissy and bans me anyway, and then you don't have to be in YouTube chat like a boomer. But in the meantime, if you want to, you know, jump over, you can jump over to Twitch and hop in the Discord. All right. So this is Cenk Uygur, obviously. Sorry, I know you guys don't want Cenk clips a lot of the time, but I think it's important to have a look at how not to treat service workers. And this specifically is, I mean, this is a very, not even boomer, it's almost the generation between boomers and X type of behavior to have. House is in session. Speaker of the House, the Right Honorable Lady Vizora. God, if you guys could make me Speaker of the House in the US, imagine.
Hungry and I'm tired, and so, like, you know me, I get more agitated when I'm hungry and tired. So look, if you guys think this is bad, wait till, if that plane doesn't actually come from the hangar in 20 minutes. Is the flight coming? Supervisor, is the flight coming? Supervisor, you at least gotta be honest. Is there a flight? Is there a plane?
Motherfucker, do you think that, like, if there wasn't a plane, they wouldn't have told you already? What is you yelling at the guy who's just sitting in front of the computer trying to do his job, who has no real control over any of what's happening here? It's so, not only is it horrific, but it's stupid. It produces nothing useful. In fact, actually, I would say it does the opposite of useful, in that it either pisses the person off, it distracts them, you get your answers slower, or maybe you piss them off enough that they go out of their way to screw you at that point. And this accomplishes nothing except for making people who are not responsible for the inconveniences that you are facing feel bad. He's just yelling at employees, yeah.
You gotta be honest. Is there a plane? Is there a plane? Where's the plane? Where's the plane? Is there a plane?
This is like Gen X and boomer cusper specific behavior.
Where's the plane? No, but listen, if we just sit here and take it, they'd have us here until 6 in the morning, and then they'd.
You want to complain, Jenk? Because you know what, you do have the. This is an issue in which you should have the right to complain about, right? How about you complain to the correct fucking people? What, you have several hours as a layover in the airport, right? Why don't you, I don't know, pull out your phone or your laptop and maybe call the airline and complain to corporate? Maybe, you know, at the same time, right? Like, there's so much more useful shit you can do other than yelling at the service workers. This is classist, but yeah, this is Jenk yelling. What the fuck? Typical idiot behavior. Let me stand here shouting, being disrespectful, causing a scene with a person who has no control over the proceedings. I mean, look, honestly, this shit is wildly American. Oh, thank you, Sean's Corner. I've worked at a Target before. I worked Target's Black Friday shift, and I got screamed at because we ran out of big bags. The entire store had run out of large bags, and this woman was screaming at me, a 17-year-old cashier, because the store ran out of bags. That's just, it's that mentality. It's the entitlement. It's the I deserve everything right now. It's the instant gratification that they want. Old men yell at Sky Meme in real life, but at a worker, yeah. Nothing passes the time like YouTube videos and porn. I mean, you're at the airport, so probably not the second one, but I worked at Walmart night shifts on Black Friday. I had some wild shit. Yeah, that shit happened. Where's the bags? I mean, to be fair, I lost my bags when I came to Australia. I didn't have my bags for the first couple days when I came here because they got lost. Did I yell at anyone? No. Why the fuck would I yell at the staff at the airport that I landed in because my luggage wasn't at the it wasn't on the plane. It wasn't their fault. It was the people at the last airport I was at. But most people don't even think that far ahead. Running out of big bags in the store. How dare you make me one right now out of thin air? This is true. I get yelled at all the time for shit that's not, that's the post office's fault. At least I'm basically the manager in my situation. Well, that's good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even send back food.
It's even harder, okay?
If it's not what I wanted and it's the wrong thing, I'll apologize a lot and I'll send it back and I'll, or maybe I'm allergic to something on it, but I generally, I'll just eat whatever they bring me, whether it's what I asked for or not.
So, you're a supervisor, aren't you? Where's the plane?
Sorry, I'm not gonna answer your question.
No, I know, because I've been here for 4 hours. Don't give me this.
Also, I've worked with airport officials in the United States. Like that was kind of the longest job that I had in the US. I worked logistics. I had TSA clearance. I would regularly go to the airport. I would regularly engage with these people. They have no control over what's going on. They don't even know what's happening half the time because the company fucks them as much as they're fucking you. They are the laborer, you are the consumer. Both of us get, you know, the big red, white, and blue dick jammed up our ass. If my cat is wrong, if my food is wrong, it's always something I can fix myself, but I know people will yell at the waitress for over like onions and shit. Yeah, like if you have an allergy, I understand it, but like, if you just don't want to pick stuff out of your food, then either eat it or suck it up and do it. I was told the customer is always right. He's acting like the sheriff in Virginia who recently called for backup because Burger King got his order wrong. Please send me that source. I need to see that. That's so funny. That's so funny. Being British, I rarely complain, stiff upper lip and all that, but cold food, I draw the line. The British complain constantly. It's just in their head or passive aggressive and it doesn't come off as British. But I will counter that you don't complain. You just don't complain out loud.
Where's the plane? Here, I got a question for you. When did you make the decision that we weren't gonna have a plane? When did you make that decision?
Who are you to go up to when did you make this decision? You think she makes any decisions? How much time do you give before you start on average? Well, just yesterday was the first time that I had a half-hour pre-stream, and I asked in Discord whether people liked it, and they said yes, so I did it again. So from this point forward, it'll be launching, the stream launches half an hour before I actually start. You fucking donuts, it's raw, cook it again. Oh my, you and Gordon Ramsay, Lord Fluffy, aren't. Jenk looks like an idiot because he is being an idiot here. And like, okay, most people in a situation in which they're stuck in one place, they're hungry, they're tired, can be cranky, right? I would be cranky in this situation. I might be a little even bitchy, but there's no fucking way that I would act even remotely like this. I would not say any of the things that he says. I would not blame any of these. Hassan better get this guy in check. Hassan calls Sam Cedar his new uncle for a reason, you know? Why are you hiding the plane from me, ma'am? Exactly. You specifically, this lady has vanished the plane into a different dimension just to inconvenience Cenk Uygur. The only time I have a meal taken back is when I get a pasta dish with red sauce and I ask for it. Honestly, look, you should be able to send your food back. I think that that's a very millennial thing to do, is not send your food back. It's a fear of displeasing, a fear of inconveniencing others. I think we need to normalize that again, but there's a degree, you know? Betty's being more of an ass because she's a black woman too. I don't know, like Cenk's never really given off that kind of vibe, but I mean, to be fair, they're all grifting to the right now anyway, so who knows?
Who made the decision? Who made the decision that we weren't, it's funny to you, right? It's not funny to us. Who made the decision? Who made the
Oxpecker, certainly not the plane that he's mad about. This is rage baiting and content bait.
decision? Who made it? Well, who is it then? That's what I'm asking. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is there a crew? Is there a crew? Is there a crew?
By yelling, we're not going to be able to answer your question.
Okay, let me whisper it. Is there a crew? Is there a plane or?
I would just have TSA security escort him out. Like at one point, at some point, like that's the one choice they do have. The decision that they can make is call security and have him escorted out for being a problem. And he is quite literally like up in their faces, screaming at them, causing a problem, and also putting words in their mouth. He's saying, like, he's pretending that this shadow reality in his head is reality, and he's acting like it to other people. Lord Fluffyart, ma'am, if you don't shit out a plane right now, I'm gonna lose my mind. Exactly. Going to the airport, you should already have accepted the possibility that your plane's going to be delayed. Yeah, genuinely. If you're going to, like, go on a flight, you should be prepared for your flight to be delayed, or that there will be some kind of an issue. It's airlines. They are, they're deregulated. They're always looking to make even just the tiniest little bit more money off you. Again, it's the same as in every other context. It's the rich don't give a fuck about you, and the rich own the companies. You're just their, like, product. They just make money off of you. Bring a neck pillow, an iPad, and shut the fuck up. Exactly. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
Crew.
Flight 204, your plane is already on its way from the hangar.
No, but they told us that 4 hours ago. Is it actually coming? Lie after lie. Is it actually coming? Because I literally heard it was coming from the hangar 3 hours ago. I literally heard.
You know what happens sometimes? This happened to me, actually. Last year, on my way back from Turkey, we were in Malaysia, and we were only supposed to have, you know, like a certain amount of time layover. Had to spend a night and a half in Malaysia because right before boarding, as they were doing the pre-flight checks, they found that the engine, one of the two engines of this plane, was malfunctioning. And so there was a 3-hour delay where we didn't know what was going on. And then afterwards, they came out and were like, look, sorry, the plane has to be fixed overnight. You guys get to stay in a hotel tonight. 3 hours we waited. And obviously we were inconvenienced, annoyed, you know, but not like, I was just every like hour or so going and like checking with the help desk. Hey guys, like, any news yet? Just waiting, like that kind of stuff. But you know what? Yeah, I'd be fucking happy that they fixed the plane. I'd much rather have the layover than get on the plane and realize halfway through the flight that one of the engines isn't working. So usually when you're at the airport and there's a delay that's, taking really long, or, you know, they're unable to tell you what's going on, there's usually some problem, and they either don't know what has happened, or they're trying to fix it. Chill the fuck out, you know? They're not out, unlike most corporations, airlines only are out to make you suffer during the flight. They don't actively go out of their way to delay their flights and make you wait in the airport for hours on end. That's not how they take advantage of you. They take advantage of you in the plane. And so this is a logistical thing. This is not any particular person's fault. And acting like it is childish. This is like a thing a baby would do. Get us in the plane now. Wah! Literally crying. I've never been on a plane before, Sag. To be fair, you're not missing much, but I feel like everyone should at least fly once, right? I mean, we used to, as a species, dream about flying. So you should probably try. They make you pay extra specifically for an aisle seat too now. Yeah, fuck them. Okay, let's have a look at the Burger King story. I am kind of interested in this. I just want to have a clip, really, because we have foreign policy to talk about, as I promised today.
From that kerfuffle.
3 units responded. Wait, hold on. I guess they may have... No, there's no clip before this. Making sure. Yeah. 3 units responded to Cobb Sheriff Craig Owens' personal issue at a Burger King. The building has been locked by staff during normal business hours.
Hey, man. Sheriff. Hey, do me a favor. I need to get, all I need is the owner name or whoever owned this damn facility or the manager. Okay. We ordered something, the food was wrong. We said, hey, can we fix it right? The guy said, well, we ordered. I said, that's not what we ordered. What are we doing? I said, well, can I get my number? I said, well, can you give me a manager name or owner name so I can call them? That's all I need. Okay, sir. I don't need no damn money back no more.
By the way, like even just this right here, I mean, obviously this is going to go over the top, but this is how you talk to somebody who you're asking for them to do something for you when, you know, when they're doing their job. This, at the very least, not, you know, like, not the words that he's saying, but the tone, the voice. Obviously, he is an asshole, but even the difference between this and jank is really what I want to highlight. The way that they behave in these instances.
So I can do a physical complaint to complain.
Okay, sir. Okay. That's
all right.
All I'm going to do is, the sheriff wants the name of the manager or the owner so he can file a complaint. That's all.
The manager and the owner.
Yes,
this is still stupid, by the way. You know, as a cop, to I don't know. Obviously, there's workers who suck, but the majority are just tired of dealing with this shit and they don't get paid enough all day. Motherfucker, you get paid minimum wage, you get minimum effort. I don't think this dude talked to those workers the way he's talking to the cop, though. Oh, absolutely not. There's no way. I'm saying, at least in that tone, is what is the like normal way to speak to people. The way he's speaking to the cop, even take out some of like the rhetoric in there. That tone is how you talk to other human beings. Vosh said this once, and it stuck with me. I don't know. Don't talk to people in a way that you wouldn't talk to a stranger at a bus stop. Yeah, by the way, by the time they got there, the doors had been locked. I mean, good. Fuck these people. In this country, talk to a cop like a worker, you get a gun on you. Yeah.
Okay. He just wants some names, managers, owners, so he can file a complaint.
We've talked about this at length, like how to talk to police. At least, you know, from my privileged perspective.
They're gonna,
How are you? Who's the manager on duty?
True back guys. Why would you work any harder than they're paying you? They speak to the assistant manager, refuse to provide his full name.
Manager or assistant manager?
I'm the assistant.
They're gonna make that illegal, by the way. They're gonna make it illegal for you to like deny giving the police your name, even if like you're not driving.
That was all I needed. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
So he explains he's worried about the customers outside, not knowing it's Sheriff Owens. He's just, it just has been with other disgruntled customers, many of whom have threatened violence. Yeah, okay. This is this cop using his power instead of violence to do essentially the same thing as people who come in here and scream and do violence. Fuck this guy. Honestly, at this point, I mean, we covered this yesterday, and there's a point to which I can't even... I don't know, this shit makes me so mad. So yesterday we looked at Amazon breaking the strike, right? The police in New York City breaking the Amazon strike. This video.
just as we approach the...
This pissed me off to a degree that was, I don't. But what pissed me off more than this even. Let me find it. I thought I grabbed the link for it, but I must have just bookmarked it on Twitter, because from today, regarding this specific issue, where are you? There we go. They literally locked arms to, they unionized to stop the unions. They were using union technique, locking arms and preventing the unions from being able to strike. By the way, you do realize the police in New York City also have a union. The abject fear of holding hands. I only just noticed this. That's so funny. That's so funny. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a matter of the rich don't care about you. The rich don't exist like in society for you. They do nothing for you. They hate you. They want your money. They don't give a fuck about you. They think about you the way that you would think about an NPC in a video game. You think that these rich motherfucking, like, they got their own police service and group therapy. Here, look, crisis hotline for CEOs from
Let's
Kathy
go now to
Hochul.
the latest in the fallout from the murder investigation.
fucking
United
therapy.
Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, the office of New York Governor Kathy
They got
Hochul.
socialism, motherfucker. This was state paid. We did socialism to give them group therapy. How many of you have had the state pay for your mental health bills, huh?
Is convening a safety summit tomorrow between nervous business leaders and law enforcement. CNN has learned the safety concerns among executives are so widespread, New York State may create a special hotline just for CEOs to call in threats.
I don't know how to put it more clearly, other than hold on, other than like these are really pretty succinct. First of all, he's been sanctified, even though, like, you know, all of the drama on the subject, he's still been sanctified. And remember, not a single Wall Street banker was ever perp-walked. In fact, we, again, used socialism to bail these motherfuckers out in 2008 globally because they gambled and they lost. The taxpayer foot their bill for destroying the global economy, essentially, crashing it at the very least. And not a single one of them got perp-walked. Not a single one of them went to prison. Not a single one of them faced any consequences. In fact, some of them profited off it. You think that these rich cocksuckers who bought the country 40 fucking years ago, who, like, give any fucks about your well-being, your healthcare, your rights, you think that the elected officials care about you? Again, when's the last time I mean, New York is a big state, right? There's a lot of people in it. How many of are New Yorkers and have had this state pay for your therapy? I'm from New York. I'm willing to bet maybe one at most. They hate you. They hate you. They don't work for you. They don't care about you. They don't exist for you. Not in America, not anymore. I hate Kathy Hochul, and the Republicans will probably put some MAGA weirdo in. Well, to be fair, Kathy Hochul is likely just gonna bend the knee. I mean, she's full on. You think that Kathy Hochul is gonna stop? I don't know, like the immigration assault of like ICE officers invading the city? You think that she's going to continue the push for sanctuary cities the way that, like, I don't know, California or Illinois is? No, of course not. Okay, I want to change gears really quickly and jump to France, but first, I want to play you this this Lincoln Project ad, which brought me back to, I don't know, pre-election times for a second, but fuck, I missed these ads, and these people are excellent. I mean, I've yet to see bad messaging from any of these clips. This is amazing.
The Lincoln Project salutes Vice President Donald Trump. As Vice President, Trump will finally have the time to do the things that make him happiest. Talk about old movies, playing on his phone, admiring the assets of other men. Meanwhile, President Musk can get down to the business of running the country. We at the Lincoln Project are confident that Donald Trump understands his position. Elon is smarter, wealthier, more charismatic, has a far superior and more successful social media platform and company.
This is so funny.
Is more successful with women and a better dancer. As President Musk and his assistant J.D. Vance select appointees and write policies, we feel certain Trump will play his part because he's a good boy. Who's a good boy? Trump's a good boy.
I love it so fucking much. He's faster, he's stronger, he's better, literally like Homelander shit, but the who's a good boy? Trump's a good boy got me cackling this morning. It was excellent. Certified garbage. I'm disabled because a cop tased me for no reason. I fucking hate the cops. You couldn't even sue them for that, could you? You wouldn't have won that lawsuit. I hope you at least got something out of it. Hey, afternoon, boys and girls and MBs. You can? Well, then you should. If you can't, afford the lawyer, there might be ones that do it pro bono. I mean, we can have as a community, I feel like if you make a post on it in the Discord, we can have a look. We have people that live all over the country, all over the world in this community. I'm sure somebody knows a lawyer that might be willing to, I don't know, help out, might be willing to give advice, pro bono, maybe work for cheap. This is the benefits of community, is we can, I don't know, benefit off of each other for the betterment of the community. I'm in a case with cops. Are you a witness? Are you, I don't know, against them? Are you being prosecuted by the cops? To be fair, actually, we're about to talk a lot about trials today. In fact, we have trials in France, trials in Israel. So we're gonna be talking about court, cops, and power a bit. I feel like this might be the right stream for it. Now, we're jumping to France in the meantime. So, Giselle Pellicott, you're suing them. Based. Good for you. I really hope you win. And if there's anything I can do to help, not that there's much I can do, I'm perfectly happy to. If you're in a case, you probably shouldn't be talking about it, right? Well, you can't give details, but you are allowed to talk about the fact that you're in a case. You just can't go into details on the case. So, Giselle Pellicott won her case. Her mass rape trial case against her husband. This is pretty fucked, guys. I'm not gonna lie. So, I don't know, trigger warning for sexual assault.
This is the moment one of France's worst sex offenders is caught. Dominique Pellicot's been spotted by a security guard filming up women's skirts.
Oxpecker, we need to have a talk about tasers at some point, because some people, yes, will just die from the electricity, but also we can turn the voltage down on these things. There needs to be regulation. It's not that we can do anything, though. Every man in the case was convicted in this, I believe.
Video would lead French police to 20,000 more indecent images.
Rare good
and
news.
The discovery that for almost a decade, Dominique had drugged and raped his wife and invited strangers to allegedly rape her as well.
This is from Sky News, by the way, the conservative news.
Il est extrêmement dangereux. He's extremely dangerous because he's intelligent and he's calculating. Mazan is possibly just a drop in the ocean of what Dominique Pellicot has done.
De l'œuvre de Dominique Pellicot. This was Dominique Pellicot's victim, the mother of his children, his wife of 50 years, Giselle. Almost 50 other men are on trial accused of rape.
Fatgasm, sorry, but no Fed posting, especially in this stream, because look at the title. I might get banned again just for doing this stream, so please careful with the Fed posting. Not to say that this man should not be I don't know, put in the hole forever. Whether or not,
or sexually assaulting her.
The rest of what you said happens, doesn't matter. I just
Most of it happened here in the.
Let's have a look at a better news organization's description of it. I just that one had the the lead up, the explanation.
Yeah, this is a historic day in France, and it's a case that has...
My father did that to my mom? Jesus Christ, sister to all. I'm really sorry. That is abhorrent, and people like this, or like, this is, it comes from a belief that they are better. It comes from misogyny, obviously, but it also comes from a place of, I deserve ownership over other human beings because I am innately superior. Again, we've talked about the fact that, like, hating women is one of the precursors required to move to the right, to become from a regular conservative to a fascist, to a Nazi. That is a prerequisite, every single one of them. I have nothing but utter contempt for him. No, I know, I do too. Trust me, Backgaz. Trust me, this is going to be a difficult stream to not FUD post in.
Shocked and horrified the country in equal measure. Dominique Pellico has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for aggravated rape of his former wife, as well as making and distributing images of her. Now, this was the maximum sentence that was requested by the prosecution, and
gave him the maximum sentence as they deserve. Also, a tier list on tasers would be helpful. Yeah, that too.
French law, it is the maximum sentence that he could receive. Now, his sentencing was watched on by his former wife, Giselle Pellico, and his children in court. They didn't give much emotion, but Giselle is said to have rested her head against the wall.
You want to know what the argument for the defense was? I'm not a rapist. Why would I go and rape a 66-year-old woman? I didn't know that a finger was rape. I'm as much of a victim as she is. As long as the husband was present, there was no rape. These were the arguments that were made by the defense. You should have gotten life. Yeah.
While his sentence was read out. Now, Dominique Pellico is accused of drugging his wife so that she was unconscious, and then inviting strangers over to his house that he'd met on chat rooms over 9 years, beginning from 2011. So this is abuse that is said to have taken place over almost a decade, and it wasn't until...
sorry guys, this stream isn't going to be particularly happy, but I do have some good stuff to throw in between. I'm trying to find a balance between horrifying and depressing and interesting, funny, or, you know, upbeat.
2020 that he was actually caught. He was caught upskirting women in public, and when police searched his devices, they found 20,000 videos and images of his then wife, Giselle Pellico, unconscious, being assaulted by dozens of men. Now, Giselle, she was completely unaware of this taking place.
The thing is, like, a lot of lawyers are scummy about guys. No one should have defended Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Matt Gates. There clearly is a defense. You know, unfortunately, when you're rich and you're a rapist and a pedophile, apparently that's okay if you're rich. It's just a societal issue for everyone that isn't rich, but the rich are fine with it.
Some memory loss and was concerned about certain symptoms that were appearing, but she was unaware that this was going on while she was rendered unconscious for many, many years. So this is a shocking case in France, and the sentence of 20 years, that maximum sentence, has been welcomed there.
Yes, and at the same time,
also,
Michelle, the judge
guys,
also...
just so you all know, like you really understand, I'm not saying, by the way, that I believe this or advocate for it, but Kaffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer, I still love saying your name. I'm like contractually obligated to not support that. I cannot say that I'm in favor of that, even if I was. Not to say that I am. I'm not allowed to. So be aware. And yeah, as long as you're a cishet white rich man, you're basically untouchable. Except clearly in this case, I'm so glad that she won. How many people got charged in this? 1 second. 51 men found guilty.
Verdicts and the sentences of dozens of the other men who had also raped or sexually assaulted Giselle Pellico.
Here's the BBC article if you want to read it.
Yes, so Dominique Pellico stood trial alongside 50 other men. Now, these 50 men are those men that I described, many of which were met in chat rooms by Dominique and were invited over to his home to then assault his wife. Now, all of those 50 men have been found guilty of at least one been charged. 47 men, I believe, including Dominic Pellico, were found guilty of aggravated rape. 2 were found guilty of attempted rape, and then another 2 were found guilty of sexual assault. And now their sentencing has ranged from 3 years up until 15 years. Many of those sentences...
3 years to 15 years is nowhere fucking near enough for these crimes. That in and of itself is a crime.
Were below what the prosecution had recommended, and so there's been some concern expressed already in France. These sentences were only just handed down, but there's already been concern from activist groups that some of these sentences are not long enough and don't match the crimes that were committed. The Pellico family, so the children of Dominic and Giselle Pellico, are said to have expressed some disappointment at these sentences as well in the court. Again, though, Giselle Pellico is said to have just laid her head against the wall while she heard her perpetrators being given their sentences.
And then, of course, Michelle, this shocking case, as you mentioned, had a huge impact in France, and it's prompted a rethink of the country's rape laws. How might this change as a result of the verdicts and the sentencing?
Yeah, so I think a really, really important...
Okay, so this kind of worries me. Yes, I'm in favor of changing the laws and making, I don't know, the penalty for rape higher. But also, do I trust the French government right now? No, not particularly. To, like, not fuck it up? I don't know. Thoughts on ground news? I think it's useful if you're trying to find aggregated news. I think it's helpful if you're new to politics or to actually paying attention to the news to try and understand bias. But also, it's curated by AI. And it also misses quite a lot of things, but I do think it's useful. Ground news is fine. It's not an issue that I have with it. Even if I haven't been offered one, but I still wouldn't take it anyway. It's AI. I fundamentally don't believe in AI, even if I think that that is a good use of it, and so I still wouldn't take the sponsorship. It's wild that some of these men will be out of prison before Trump's never going to prison, Shartspork. I hope you know this. Like, he's never going to prison. If it makes you feel any better, though, the capital class might just him at some point in the next couple months because he's not exactly easy to control. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past, I don't know, President Musk and Vice President Thiel. I didn't know that they used AI. I thought they manually did it. I believe it actually says, if you go on ground news, that they are aggregated via AI. Does ground news use AI? If they don't use AI, then I would take that sponsorship. Yes, they do. They use AI. There we go. Just to go off topic a little bit, but I'll send it in the chat and you can have a look.
Thing to note here is that we know about this case and it has received the global media attention that it has because Giselle Pellico, the survivor in this case, she chose to waive her anonymity, and this meant that media was allowed to cover this trial and that the atrocities that were committed against her were made public. Now, she said that she did this because she wanted to transfer the shame from herself and to put it where it rightly belongs, and that is with those that perpetrated these crimes against her. She's been heralded as a hero in France and as a...
She is a fucking hero. Shartspork, where do you generally source your news from? I tend to check New York Times because it's free and cross-check to see if it's biased with AP. Well, AP also has a ton of bias depending on what you're covering. In fact, whenever we talk about Israel, I like almost never use AP. For some reason, they're particularly biased. The way that I get my news is, I scroll Twitter, I scroll Blue Sky, I look at YouTube, like recommendations for the day, because I follow mainstream media and stuff like that on my like official YouTube channel. But honestly, a lot of it comes from Twitter. I hate being on Twitter, but there's so much news and drama that comes from Twitter that it's kind of hard to stay off of Twitter. What day do you want to debate on? At this point, after Christmas, Al Jazeera seems to be the best coverage on Israel. True, yeah, I mean, they're the least biased on the subject, but Al Jazeera English is different from Al Jazeera Arabic as well. Speaking of Israel, let's jump to the region. We're not, I don't know, let's jump to Israel. I was going to jump to Syria first, but if I don't start with Israel, I might actually skip it. Now, before we actually get into it, again, please, guys, make sure you follow me on YouTube in case I get banned on here, so you can still find me. And you're not allowed to use the Z word on Twitch anymore. So if you say it, don't get mad if your chat is timed out for like 1 second. You won't be banned for it unless you just keep doing it. But straight warning. And I don't know. There's censorship on this. I can't speak freely as I normally would. I could do it today, or really not today. I got too much shit to do today. Yeah, no, Twitch terms of service, literally, you cannot use the Z word when referring to Israel. It's part of it. It refers to me, but I also don't know whether it'll flag in chat. But I'm in Australia, and they're not particularly nice about that here either, yet. Although we're getting there. We're getting there. It is Twitch policy, yes. It's because of the Ethan Hassan shit, actually. It's exactly because of that. They added that policy on election day, which happened immediately following the Ethan Hassan shit, and also Destiny constantly talking about anti-Semitism being rampant on Twitch. Any real anti-Semitism, by the way, instant ban from all of you. But, like, actual anti-Semitism. Not that I expect any of it from you, but, you know, if a troll comes in. But I agree with Hassan that it's just perfectly normal and acceptable to be Islamophobic on this site, though. It makes it more difficult to talk about the topic. We've literally passed laws that makes it so criticizing Israel is essentially being anti-Semitic in the United States.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. And it all came about because of a garbled, barely audible voice recording.
How about we talk about the Israeli state and just leave it at that? Yeah?
Taken from inside someone's pocket.
That's not good.
Oh shit, okay, I thought timeout for 1 second also purged the comment. Well, good to know that doesn't work. Mods, please figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
The police came across it almost by accident when they were investigating something else entirely. The sound quality is terrible, but you can make out the voices of Netanyahu and Arnon Moses, the publisher of one of the country's most popular newspapers.
I don't know how to smoke a cigar. You want a cigar? You can have one. If someone says the Z word, I need that like purged from the chat screen so it doesn't show up on screen. Because I'm like, I don't want to piss them off. And I thought that if you do the 1 second timeout, it'll fix it, but it didn't. So I don't know how to do that.
They're sitting on the outdoor patio of the Prime Minister's residence. It starts out innocently enough. They have a little chat about cigars. Netanyahu loves them. Moses has never smoked one in his life. Neither of them drink. But pretty rapidly they get down to business. Netanyahu doesn't like the way that Moses' newspaper, Yediot Ahronoth...
We're going to go really deep into the story. We're going to see some of like scenes from the trial, and I want to hear Mehdi Hassan's take on the subject as well.
...is covering his government. So Moses makes Netanyahu an offer. He says, I'm looking you in the eyes and telling you if we can come to an agreement on this law, I will do all I can to make sure you stay here as long as you want. Stay
I know you guys wouldn't do anything on purpose.
Stay as Prime Minister.
Yeah, okay. So basically this is a corruption trial in which Netanyahu openly worked with the media and bribed the media with a bill that would increase the reach and power and really the ability for this newspaper to not die in exchange for favorable coverage and propaganda that helps him stay in power, as well as specifically on Gaza. This ties very much into this.
Moses offered favourable news coverage in exchange for Netanyahu's support on a legislative change that would help his media empire.
Oh, there we go.
A quid pro quo.
peanut
This
butter
recording
peel party.
is now a key piece
Love
of
the
evidence in a criminal trial of Benjamin Netanyahu, the man who is leading Israel's military campaign in Gaza and the Middle East.
He's currently on trial for alleged bribery, fraud and breach of trust, charges he denies.
Netanyahu is doing everything he can to stay in office, because if he stays in office, he can't be thrown in jail. But unlike Donald Trump's vaguely similar situation in the US...
I was about to tie it to like, oh wait, that's kind of similar to Trump. No, he's not. Nothing like that will happen to him. But he might get convicted.
Old school flavour.
He might actually lose
soon. A fierce battle between media tycoons, reminiscent of the battles between Rupert Murdoch and Kerry Packer in the heyday of newspapers. This story even involves Kerry Packer's son.
Caught right in the middle of it is Australian billionaire James Packer.
It is a rollicking tale, but Netanyahu's tangle with the law could change the fate of the war in the Middle East. I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
Biden can't see.
So, how did Netanyahu get into this mess? Well, let's get familiar with our main characters, Bibi and Noni. Sorry, Israelis love nicknames.
Benjamin Netanyahu, otherwise known as Bibi.
And Arnon Moses is almost always called Noni.
Noni Moses.
Noni Moses.
Noni Moses.
Noni Moses was born into a high-flying family whose main game was...
You guys want to know something really kind of fucked up and funny about Netanyahu? He's not gonna attend the Auschwitz liberation ceremony, like anniversary event, because Poland would arrest him. Like, how much more do you need to say about this to like make the point? It's first of all, it's Israeli media reporting it, but like, you don't give a fuck about Jewish people. Don't even stop pretending that you care about Jews. Stop pretending that you're even Jewish. Non-violence and like a lack of aggression in the like belligerent manner is part of all three of the Abrahamic religions. I hope you guys understand this. Like base concepts wise, yes, there are contradictions because they're all contradicting, but all three of these religions have a common theme of don't hurt other people. I'm pretty sure Biden is on record saying, well, he is, but like also he was fully in support of everything. I mean, we've covered that before. We've covered documents that are internal, but also Joe Biden wasn't really doing much. I'm looking for a tweet I saw earlier today, actually, about that.
News. His father, Noah, was the publisher of the daily newspaper Yediot
Here we go.
Ahronoth.
I literally just found it. This is why, by the way, like this was probably the entirety of the administration. This was in October of 2021. Sorry, was it? No, December. So this was before he took office for his term, Joe Biden. If the president was having an off day, meetings could be scrapped altogether. On one such occasion in the spring of 2021, a national security official explained to another why a meeting needed to be rescheduled. He has good days and he has bad days, and today was a bad day. We're going to address this tomorrow, the former aide recalled. He was already sundowning. His cognitive ability had already declined when he entered office. And we know for a fact that behind the scenes, specifically in regards to Israel, Anthony Blinken was much more heavily involved, and a lot of his aides were much more heavily involved in making decisions than, he was.
Meaning latest
After seeing this, honestly, I'm not sure he made a single decision the entire presidency.
News. But Noni's life was shaped by 3 horrific traffic accidents. The first was when he was a little boy. His older brother was run over by a bus and killed. In the second, Noni's father was teaching him how to drive when Noni lost control of the car and ran over a 10-year-old girl, killing her.
Jesus.
Noni's father, one of the most influential people in Israel, was sentenced to a year in jail and served 5 months. After his release, Noni joined the family paper as a sports reporter and was groomed to eventually take over.
Places where horrific atrocities have been committed usually do. It's if you have a soul. I don't know. It's the same way that like if you enter something that's supposed to like I don't know whether or not you're religious. If you walk into the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, the massive mosque, the really famous one, you will feel the opposite of that feeling of like, it'll be awe and wonder because these places just have centuries of emotion imbued in them. And I don't know, it's a feeling that you just get.
What had by then become by far the most read newspaper in Israel.
Right, okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu is doing quid pro quo with the guy who 55.6% of Israelis read the newspaper of, the vast majority of Israelis' news media space, in order to stay in power, and in return gives this guy even more power in the media. That's
but
pretty
the third
common.
traffic accident
Like,
cut his apprenticeship
Fox
short.
News.
The day before his father Noah was due to go on holiday, he thought that he would pop in one last time to check that everything was okay at the paper. As Noah was crossing the road outside, he was hit by a bus and killed.
Man, that's a lot of car accidents for one family. Like, just fuck them in particular, I guess.
Age 33, Noni became publisher of the biggest paper in Israel. And he kept it on top, riding the massive final wave of newspaper advertising revenue through the 1990s. During that time, the paper made an enemy, Bibi, the man who scraped into the Prime Minister's office by a razor-thin margin in 1996.
Israelis had gone to bed thinking Shimon Peres would be their next Prime Minister. By the time they woke up, it looked more like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Now, Bibi Netanyahu was already famous in Israel because of his family's history of being involved in incredible...
I want you guys to understand, by the way, while we're learning about like the Netanyahu trial and the corruption and everything that he's done here, by no means do I think that we can, like, you can't scapegoat the genocide on Netanyahu, on Gallant, on like 3, 4, 5 people. There is a lot more to it than that. This is a systemic issue that needs, I don't know, a closer look by the people of Israel, but also the International Criminal Court. I feel like The Hague could probably do some justice here if we let them.
Hostage rescue missions. Bibi was also a well-established right-wing figure in Israel, and Yediot Haranot was a centrist paper, which put the two at odds.
Is he really Lord Fluffy Art?
Less than a year after Benjamin Netanyahu became Prime Minister, he was charged for the first time.
After a long investigation, police have recommended that Mr. Netanyahu be charged over a corruption scandal.
1997, this is literally Trump's fucking prototype. He just did exactly what I guess Netanyahu did, which is, I assume, deny reality to the media and just continue on as is.
Prime Minister is refusing to stand down.
I don't know that.
And Yediot Haranot reported it every step of the way.
News that Israel's right-wing Prime Minister could be indicted.
From New Jersey, I know this. Do you know how many Israelis in Israel were from New York or New Jersey, specifically fucking like Brooklyn or northern New Jersey, that just, I don't know, go to Israel and become settlers in the West Bank or some shit? You know that, like, you can get paid in some instances to be able to do that. No, that's rational as when MAGA Muggas claimed Biden run the world. What is as irrational? As the fact that he would just ignore reality and tell the news that they're lying since 97, I don't feel like that's irrational. I feel like it makes sense as a prototype. We'll find out in a second.
And Yediot Haranot reported it every step of the way.
News that Israel's right-wing Prime Minister could be indicted have rocked the country to its core.
But the paper was even more interested in stories about the private lives of the Prime Minister and his wife Sarah. They were portrayed as being indulgent, living the life of luxury at taxpayers' expense. Bibi's weight gain was commented on. Yediot published an investigation about them.
By the way, these media, I know I keep pausing, but you guys recognize these media techniques, right? Talking about the private lives of him and his wife, they're living in luxury, talking about their weight. It's almost like things that our news media did to Obama, did to Biden, did to Kamala Harris. It's how the media is weaponized for political purposes, because as you can see, one guy with control of half the news media of Israel was able to just make a deal and shift the entire country's thought process over, like,
renovating their
decades.
private home and then passing the bill onto the taxpayer.
Police claim the Netanyahus ran up a $150,000 plus bill for work on their private residence, which they allegedly tried to pay from the government coffers.
They also broke a story saying that the taxpayer was shelling out $3,100 a month for Netanyahu's cigars. In 1999...
$3,100 a month is bad, by the way. You're like, this is exploiting the country, the people who put you in power. But that's fucking nothing compared to the... Donald Trump embezzled more than $1 billion the last time he was president.
When Bibi lost an election and left office, the paper said that he and his wife took a bunch of stuff with them.
The couple are accused of keeping hundreds of gifts worth nearly $200,000 received when Mr Netanyahu was Prime Minister. Police say the items, which reportedly include plates, carpets and a gold letter opener, are the property of the state.
The couple were repeatedly dragged into police stations for questioning.
These allegations are completely baseless. Possibly they're politically motivated. But I'm absolutely confident that the Attorney General will shut this case because...
Tell me that that's not word for word what American politicians say now when they're confronted with reality. I'm right. That's exactly what he did. He just pretended that this wasn't real. The political persecution, they're using law. This is just the Trump prototype.
Nothing wrong.
And he did. Over and over it was found that there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute the Netanyahus.
It's all the same, guys. Whether you're in Israel, England, America, France, Germany, Russia, the fascists all talk the same way and they believe the same narrative and they spread and use the same narrative on you. It's the same thing. The deep state, the immigrants, the enemy within, it's the same fucking narrative because they hate you. They work for the rich and powerful. They are the rich and powerful. The world is shifting not towards fascism, towards oligarchy.
And the near constant newspaper coverage of his mistakes only made things worse. Bibi tried to get back into office in 2006, but didn't even come close.
Benjamin Netanyahu was the biggest loser in this poll.
Propaganda, that's true.
Bibi's story might have ended there, but fate dealt him a new card. Something happened that would put Bibi's star back on the rise and torpedo Noni Moses' life's work. In 2007, the American casino magnate and Republican Party mega donor Sheldon Adelson wanted to get more involved in politics in Israel. He didn't like the way that the sitting Prime Minister was handling relations with Palestinians. He wanted Bibi Netanyahu back.
So, as in, let me put it to you this way. I've said this many times because a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what AIPAC is. You know, back during the college protests, it came up a lot. AIPAC is not a political PAC that is created to work for Israel. That's not why it exists. It has Israel in the name, but it is funded by and specifically used for, more often than not, right-wing Christian nationalist American legislation, lobbying for American changes inside the United States that generally don't even relate to Israel. But a lot of this money, a lot of these right-wing Christian nationalist billionaire donors are evangelicals. And a lot of them are crazy. The idea of, you're a rich person in America and you invest money into a different country's news media to re-elect a former prime minister that is very much disliked by the population because specifically you didn't like that the Palestinians weren't being abused. If you take that a little further, I'm trying to stick to specific truths here, but you could take that a little bit further and say that this might have something to do with the general religious belief of, some evangelicals, up to maybe 30% of evangelicals in the United States, of there's something going to happen in Israel due to Palestinians and the Israelis, and this is going to lead to the second coming of Jesus and the rapture. I'm not kidding. A lot of Americans do actually believe this. Whether they actively do or whether they've just been taught to is a different story. But I can't think of another reason why you would spend the money to do something like this unless that's what you were that's what you wanted to happen. what other purpose do you, like, why do you care? As a okay, Sheldon Adelson, right? I pulled up his Wikipedia. Born in America. Political donor, investor, executive officer at some corporation. Like, he's just a dude from America. Created a foundation in 2007. We're about to hear about it. A charity focused on healthcare and support of Israel and the Jewish people. He was a major contributor to the Republican candidates and was often dubbed a kingmaker. This guy just wants the world to be more right-wing. That's all his goals are. And whether or not, he's the ultra-religious, like, Christian nationalist ones, doesn't necessarily matter. A lot of them do, but also this is the cause of a lot of the issues that, we have generally globally, but also what led to the situation with the genocide now. This led to it. America did this. An American billionaire is directly responsible for this, because without his actions, things wouldn't have happened the same way. Netanyahu might not have gotten into power again, and this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Netanyahu. Now, maybe someone else could have, and you can't foresee the future, but I can directly now tie Sheldon Adelson to the re-election of the guy who's spearheading the genocide. They also believe in a prophecy that Israel has to be upheld. Sure, yeah, I don't know exactly what evangelicals believe. That makes sense to me. This guy sounds like an AIPAC donor, a right-wing billionaire that specifically wants Christian ideology, Christian nationalism, but spends money on Israel to achieve that. Whether or not that actually is the case, again, I don't know that for a fact. Don't cite me on it, but that's the feeling I get. That's exactly the reason they never deny that it's over their alleged rapture, but they get fucking livid if you point to that reason. Yeah, it does offend them a lot, doesn't it?
But Bibi had a reputation problem. So, how do you change the hearts and minds of the Israeli people? You change the story. Adelson launched his own newspaper, Israel Ayom, or in English, Israel Today, and began operating it unlike any other newspaper in the free world. It runs at a loss, a massive loss, like it loses $20 to $30 million a year. Firstly, it's free. You just grab it and go, no charge.
That
it also
sounds like a really good propaganda technique.
Cuts its competitors on advertising prices, and unlike most free newspapers around the world, it has a large, well-paid staff.
That just gave me an idea. How much do you think it would cost to produce,
Losses were no problem. Adelson just tipped Las Vegas casino money into it because it did the one job he needed it to do: support Bibi Netanyahu no matter what. Within 2 years of Israel Ayom's founding, it had achieved two things.
I wonder if we could maybe get like a Dem billionaire to do something very, very tiny if we can make it work. Like, not to say that, you should even, they hate you. They all hate you. But sometimes you can manipulate these people because they're generally idiots. What about like, Pritzker or getting like the other one, I can't remember his name, the fucking came out all during the campaign. What if we like, I don't know, lobby them to create a free newspaper? Not like a lot either, and doesn't have to be nationwide, just like a few thousand copies every week or two that we could, a T-Swift maybe, honestly, yeah. It's worth a try. Yeah, but I mean, like, in reality, actually wants good things and doesn't just hate everybody and want you to suffer, gob. Not that kind of Democrat. There's two kinds of Democrats. Not to say that, like, I believe in their care for the rest of us, but again, we might be able to. How can we get the Trots to write them? Well, I mean, to be fair, I could write them, and I don't want the Trots writing shit. The Trots are the reason why the anarchists got killed, and we're not getting into Russia. Do not sidetrack me into Russia.
It ended Yediot Ahronoth's 40-year run as the most popular paper in Israel and took the top spot.
Bloomberg.
Plus,
Benjamin Netanyahu has begun the task of forming a new government.
Bibi was back in the top job and loving every minute of it. He and Sarah spent time hanging out with billionaires, hobnobbing with world leaders and living the high life. This was where they belonged. Israeli Hollywood movie producer Arnon Milchan was their biggest benefactor, initially giving them gifts of cigars, champagne and clothes, and then eventually just telling the Netanyahus that they could ask his personal assistant for whatever they wanted. In 2014, Milchan introduced the couple...
This is an obscene amount of evidence for this case for them to have against Netanyahu. It's actually kind of comical.
...to Australian billionaire casino magnate James Packer, and the gifts kept coming.
Mr. Packer became part of the pack. Mr. Packer purchased $1 million beachfront mansion in Israel, right next door to the private home of Mr. Netanyahu.
Adelson had got Bibi back in power. But Noni Moses' paper was collateral damage. Noni was furious. Not only was Netanyahu thriving despite his newspaper's attempts to pull him down, he was also getting good coverage in the newspaper that was eating Yediot's lunch. Netanyahu says that Noni Moses told him he had destroyed the legacy of generations.
I just think Bezos is mentally ill, like most billionaires. Like, I don't think he can understand like reality the same way that a regular person does, because having more than a certain amount of money, like every dollar you make past a certain point just gives you more and more brain damage.
Of the Moses family, it's life's work.
True, Oxpecker, I believe that.
A campaign began to try and force Israel Ayom to compete on a fair playing field with the other papers. A law was brought to the Israeli parliament which would ban daily full-sized papers from being distributed free of charge. Now, obviously, Netanyahu wasn't going to support this. But then, Noni Moses and Bibi Netanyahu met on the balcony of the Prime Minister's residence. And Noni Moses said, if we can come to an agreement on this law, meaning the law...
Every billionaire lives life like it's a video game. They think of you, all of you, like you're NPCs. They care about you as much as you care about the villager in, I don't know, Riften in Skyrim. The random unnamed villager that you can just, that's how much they care about you. They hate you. You are a tool for them to use, and if not that, then you are just useless and in their way.
To ban Israel Ayom, I will do all I can to make sure you stay here as long as you want, meaning
let's hear that one more time. Sorry, I cut that off right when he was actually saying the thing. So, Noni Moses said...
Come to an agreement on this law, meaning the law to ban Israel Ayom. I will do all I can to make sure you stay here as long as you want, meaning stay in office. Immediately, Netanyahu seemed to jump on the opportunity. He named a number of Yediot columnists who...
We're going to watch another video on the subject after that. We'll go more into like the actual files.
...thought were biased against him. Moses says if Netanyahu can recommend some more friendly columnists, he will hire them. The conversation...
One more time? Give me someone to write articles tomorrow morning.
The conversation goes on for 3 more hours. The recording is so dreadful that it's hard to discern what they're saying in parts of it. But the sentiment was clear. You scratch my back, I will scratch yours. Funnily enough, nothing came of the saga. The Israel Ayom law didn't pass. Yediot continued to attack Bibi consistently. Noni and Bibi remain bitter enemies. But investigators think this may not be the first time that such a quid pro quo was put to Netanyahu. They've also found evidence of a similar arrangement with an entirely different media outlet, positive coverage in exchange for regulatory changes. These conversations, these apparent deals, are what Bibi is on trial for right now.
It's alleged Mr. Net...
Oxpecker, we could try. Like, honestly, again, don't expect help from any of these people, but it's not harmful to write, I don't know, lobbying emails talking about, I don't know, donate this much for creating a new media sphere. Manipulate them. They're billionaires. They're not people like us. They lack empathy. I just, personally, I think if you can't empathize with other human beings, then you are a different kind of human. Not to say that you're not human, but I don't really care what you have to think at that point. I don't care about you at that point. Unless you have any desire to change, if you're happy with just being a piece of shit that can't empathize with any other human being, if you're happy being Elon Musk, for example, then I don't care about you. I don't care what you have to think. As long as you have some degree of effort that you show them, I'm willing to at least try and work with that person. It's just a matter of minimal effort, really. And you know what, Art, you're true. They care about you less than you care about that NPC person. Okay, well...
Netanyahu made a deal to boost a newspaper's business in return for favorable coverage.
Oh, and also...
James Packer and another billionaire have been questioned about lavish gifts.
Yeah, those gifts from James Packer and Arnon Milchan. There's no allegation of wrongdoing against James Packer, but Bibi is accused of trying to cut Milchan's taxes.
Makes sense. Let's see what Netanyahu has to say while he's on the stand in his trial. This is just a 4-minute clip. That's probably I probably can't even stand listening to him talk this long.
Took the witness stand for the first time on Tuesday in his ongoing corruption trial, claiming he is being targeted for his hardline security policies. Netanyahu,
I'm sorry
75, is the
extreme,
first sitting Israeli leader to face criminal charges, testifying while managing a war in Gaza and rising regional tensions, including potential threats from Syria. Netanyahu's court appearances, mandated 3 times a week following a judicial ruling last week, require him to divide his time between the Tel Aviv courthouse and the war room in Israel's defense ministry.
I have been waiting for 8 years for this moment to tell the truth.
Netanyahu told the 3-judge court.
But I am also a prime minister. I am leading the country through a 7-front war, and I think the two can be done in parallel.
No, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't listen to this snake lie openly. Let's watch Alex Gibney on the Bibi files from Democracy Now! This I don't know.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
God, you guys always talk
The official
so slow,
death toll in Gaza has topped 45,000. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu...
The unofficial death toll is likely over 200,000, by the way. The last I saw was 4 months ago, was a unofficial estimate between 120 and 150,000 from several organizations that look at historical war data and then also congregate different statistics and bits of information that they get. But the reason why these numbers haven't gone up much, likely the reason that we're not getting more reports of the death toll rising, I mean, to be fair, it's been within the 40,000s for almost a year now. It's because the people that would count the dead are dead. They don't have the infrastructure to count anymore. I mean, the last time we talked about Israel was when they started doing the zone of death, which we're going to go into in a second.
Fighting a different battle inside Israeli courts. The first sitting Israeli prime minister to face criminal charges, he's finally taking the stand at his long-running corruption trial. The case has gone on for years. He's charged with fraud, breach of trust, accepting bribes in 3 separate cases. We turn now to an extraordinary new documentary that offers an in-depth look into the charges against Netanyahu, featuring leaked footage of police interrogations of Netanyahu himself, his wife Sarah, and those accused of bribing him. This is the trailer to the Bibi files.
Our first question for you is whether you or any of your family members have received any gifts or favors from wealthy businessmen in the last decade.
This is preposterous and insane. You're trying to incriminate the Prime Minister on nonsense.
This case, the facts are really simple. The Prime Minister and his wife are getting gifts.
It's a total lie.
And on the other side, Netanyahu did favors.
I mean, I would watch this documentary.
We must find a way to reward him.
I thought this was the documentary, but I guess it's an
Government
interview.
officials are not allowed to take gifts. This is corruption. The police, they investigated everybody. If this comes out, I'm dead. What did you get?
Okay, cigars. Sharsheret, tabac.
Sarah Netanyahu is very important. Both of them never surrendered, never compromised.
My husband is the strongest prime minister we've ever had.
Just like to believe that they are untouchable. After the catastrophe of the 7th of October, the war became another instrument to stay in power. When people served for too long, it gets into their head.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why we have term limits, guys.
On the extreme right in Israel. He's now captive to their whims.
This is nonsense.
Put all Israel in turmoil. Netanyahu is the architect of chaos. He survived in a state of war. He survived in a state of instability. It's not a cover-up. He tried to kill the system. Nobody is above the law.
Okay, so I need to find where to watch this.
Do you remember that line
This
from The
looks
Godfather?
awesome.
Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
That's the trailer for the Bibi Files, leaked secret footage of Israeli
lovely. It's
Prime
on
Minister
Amazon
Benjamin Netanyahu. The new documentary, The Bibi Files, is directed by Alexis Bloom and produced by Alex Gibney. The Bibi Files cannot be legally distributed in Israel due to privacy laws. For more, we're joined by filmmaker Alex Gibney. In 2008, he won an Oscar for his film Taxi to the Dark Side, about an Afghan man who was tortured in prison at Bagram. Thanks so much for being with us again, Alex. I went to see this film the other...
I'm guessing where your answer to Sister to All, where these recordings came from. I am going to go ahead and assume that they were leaked. So far, like I couldn't find a direct answer to that, although I do think that last video did say it. But where did the recordings for Netanyahu's trial come from? Secret recordings. Yes, we got their secret. We came from the guy who made this documentary, I guess. Somehow got his hands on them and published them. I guess maybe they were directly filmed by like Netanyahu or the Israeli government. The film, which the Israeli leader tried to block, revealed footage of Netanyahu during police interrogations. So the police recorded it, and then it was leaked from the police. Yeah, so it seemed like the officers doing the investigations. I was going to say, it seemed like it came from within government, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Do either of these videos interest you guys? Because I don't really think we need to listen to him talk. And I think that trailer was really enough. Go watch the movie. We have a lot we can cover instead. But if you'd like to finish watching this, we'll watch it.
Night at the theater. This is powerful. Explain why in this trailer we can't see Netanyahu's face in these deposition tapes. And how did you get these deposition tapes when he, his wife, his son Yair, and others are being questioned by police?
Okay, I'll answer the Hi, Amy. I'll answer the questions in reverse. I was leaked these tapes. They're interrogation videotapes done by the police.
I got one move on. That's enough for me. That's enough for me, because we got some other horrible shit to talk about. Okay, so Netanyahu's on trial. We know this. I hope that he is convicted. At the same time, within Israel, we have. Do you guys remember the general's plan that we covered? Mehdi Hassan talked about it. Well, that was a little while ago. So what's going on right now? According to Haaretz, quoting a commander in the Israelis' 252nd Division, there's a line north of the Netzarim axis known as the Line of Corpses, and the residents of Gaza are fully aware of its meaning. In this area, Palestinians are indiscriminately shot and their bodies are left to be devoured by dogs. This is coming from an IDF commander, just so you guys know, allegedly. Linked to Haaretz, so, we'll see. But the commander added, we have classified the Netzarim axis as a killing zone where anyone entering it is immediately shot. This is also a racing competition among military units to kill as many Palestinians as possible. We kill civilians near Netzarim and then execute them under the pretext that they were armed. He continued, the orders are clear. Anyone crossing the boundary at Netzarim must receive a bullet to the head. We are instructed to send a picture of the corpse. We've sent 200 photos of killed individuals, only 10 who were confirmed to be from Hamas. A reservist officer who served in Netzarim said, we, along with the soldiers, bear part of the responsibility for the horror taking place in Gaza. It's a lawless area where human lives have no value. Israelis must know what this war looks like and the grave actions committed by some officers and soldiers in Gaza. An Israeli soldier stated, a whole group of soldiers runs to kill a single person passing near the Netzarim axis in Gaza, showering him with bullets until he's dead, all while the soldiers laugh. There is unlimited authority granted the commanders in Gaza. Now, whether or not this is true, first of all, Netzarim, where is this line? Let's have a look. I want to see it. Ah, it's exactly what I thought it was. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, according to the general's plan that we talked about a little while ago, that was all over the media really, the plan was to section off Gaza, the top third of it, and this was to be called a closed military zone where it was an open combat zone. They would shoot you if they saw you, and they told everyone to leave. There was 400,000 people there last time we checked in on it. Now, this zone is cut off. Eventually, it seems likely that they'll move into this zone. And I say this because Israel has been talking about a need of more land to grow food as their population is growing, and that's how they're trying to justify the annexation of the West Bank. Sorry if I'm like waffling here. I'm trying to not get myself in trouble, but I think that it's a pretty likely prospect that they would go about continuing this same pattern further down into Gaza and maybe also into the West Bank. We've also seen headlines of, Israeli media talking about a need for Lebensraum. Here we go. It'll open. Times of Israel by Dan Ehrlich. Lebensraum needed for Israel's exploding population. They want more land. And we've seen Greater Israel as well. So this is what this is. Most of this makes sense. Again, when we're talking about wars on the other side of the world, you got to take things with a grain of salt. But this is being reported from Haaretz, which is Israeli media. Now, this is paywalled, and I can't read it. I was going to just show you the actual headline, but I found it. So I don't actually just need to show you the picture of the headline. This is the headline of the same thing. No civilians. Everyone's a terrorist. IDF soldiers expose arbitrary killings and rampant lawlessness in Gaza's Netzarim corridor. Also, beyond this, it has nothing to do with lawlessness. This is all part of the plan. While they're doing this, there's no food, no electricity, no water, no medicine coming into Gaza. These people, I'm sorry to say, and I know that this is really, really depressing. Hi, Amirad. But, Gaza is, the Palestinians are all dead, guys. We've done nothing to help them. It's been more than a year. What can we do at this point other than just call them out? But even that can't really do because there's a line in which you can't cross. Here we go. This is from Owen Zones, by the way, who makes also great content on the subject. Israeli soldiers are competing with each other to see how many civilians they can kill. By Haaretz, a recently discharged division, 252 officers, describes the arbitrary nature of the boundary. For the division, the kill zone extends as far as the sniper can see, but the issue goes beyond geography. We're killing civilians there who are then counted as terrorists, he says. The IDF spokesperson announcement about casualty numbers have turned this into a competition between units. If Division 99 kills 150 people, the next unit aims for 200. They treat this like it's a game. which again goes back to my point of the people in power, not even just the rich, but the people who are tools of the rich, such as the police in the United States or the IDF in Israel. They like to be they like to feel like they're a part of the powerful group. They want to feel, it's the bootlickers, you know, they want the leash around their neck because then they can, I don't know, survive. And in this case, they also see you like a worthless NPC from a video game. Here's, I mean, listen to what she said. This is from a Israeli concentration camp. From what I can see, this one looks like Sti Timon. Are they not handcuffed? Sorry, are they not handcuffed in the hands and legs generally? No. Wow, they have such good conditions here. Are they good or not? Too good. Those are murderers. And what do you mean by good conditions? By the way, I disagree with everything this woman is saying. She is, in my personal view, equivalent in hatred and evilness to Adolf Hitler. In my opinion, these are good conditions. Yes, of course. Did you want to be here? Very much. Yes, why? I wanted to be here with the Nukbas, which is a Israeli slur for Palestinians. I wanted to see the evil in their eyes. For you, is this a mission? It's the closest thing to a combat service that I was able to do in this war. So yes. Do they have AC in there? No, of course not. They don't even have a fan. Laughs. I mean, to be fair, like, she's not even sorry, he's the one saying it. Never mind. I think I read this wrong. It's actually him being Adolf Hitler and her asking the questions, one or the other. I can't tell. Honestly, if the people that, like, want you to suffer, whether you've done something bad or not, they're not good people. I don't, like, for example, I've talked about Brian Thompson, and in my view, that a healthcare CEO who knowingly and willingly makes decisions that lead to people's deaths, such as creating an AI algorithm that denies 90% of elderly patient cases, you are a murderer. And I think this applies all the way throughout. Social murder. Whether you're in favor of social murder, you're just as bad. If you are complicit, then you're not just as bad. You are still bad. But, I mean, like, no one there seemed anything less than complicit in what was, I don't know, happening here. I know that there are Israelis that don't believe that shit, that don't think like that. It's just, it's so saddening to see the ones that do. To see people like this that have been radicalized to hate so much. Engels wrote about this in The Condition of the Working Class in England from 1845, I think. He said something along the lines of the capitalist not pulling the trigger, but indirectly, maliciously murdering. Yes, exactly. I agree with this. Oftentimes, they don't do it. They get the rest of you to do it. They put it on you because A, it takes away accountability from them, B, it's less effort for them, and C, they own you, so why would they do any effort anyway? Even their violence is labor that they would rather have you do than do themselves. By the way, Gaza v. Blinken. Palestinians sue the Secretary of State over failure to follow U.S. law in sending military aid to Israel. It was Anthony Blinken, by the way, who was found to be lying to Congress, like for Israel, telling Congress that Israel was abiding by U.S. code of how many aid trucks they need to let in when they objectively were not. This was proven. I've talked about it before. I hope they win. I don't really see them having much of a chance, unfortunately. Just as in, like, you know, Palestinians trying to sue the U.S. government less than a month out from, I mean, actually exactly 1 month out from Donald Trump taking power. I don't know how well that's going to go. Now, I'm not going to read that, but here's Israeli airstrikes in Yemen as well this week. Like, the situation has imploded. Of course, we're going to talk about Syria because all of this does tie into Syria. Oh. But first, I just want to talk about U.S. Army veteran calls out House committee. This happened just yesterday for being in support of a genocide. This is capitalism is an elusive culprit fixated on making it difficult to find a face to blame. True, and you know, capitalism in decline produces authoritarian fascist-like outcomes.
Israel
At
is
risk.
burning children alive.
Chairman Boss.
You as Congress are complicit in the genocide in Gaza. You keep sending billions of dollars to Israel. Meanwhile, veterans are homeless and committing suicide with more...
The witness.
By the way, on the point of like veterans are homeless and committing suicide, they're gonna make that worse. They hate you so much. Please, like again, don't join the military. Not now. Do not. Whether like they draft you or not, I mean, you can draft on if you can successfully do it. Look, the president did it. Donald Trump did it. And if the president does something, then obviously that's not a bad thing, you know.
Will hold on.
I'm clearly joking, just so you know.
The audience will refrain from public. You will be removed from the building. You will be removed from the building.
Never stop shouting in these situations, by the way. If you've decided to stand up and make a point, don't let them quiet you. Make sure that security removes you from the room. They have to pick you up and drag you out. Lydia Thorpe did it in Australia. This is what your message is for. If you stop talking when they start yelling at you, if you give in before they show any amount of force, as we've seen the media do time and time again since the beginning of, since the end of the election period, then nothing happens. This is how you behave. You don't stop. Never shut up. Never let them shut you up. Start screaming outside that door. You have the right to protest still. At least in America.
We will suspend until Capitol Police can clear the room.
The room will be cleared of any protesters.
This man sounds like he eats a double bacon cheeseburger every day for lunch and nothing else. I don't know why. That's just what it feels like to me.
Have her removed from the building.
Motherfuckers.
Merry
they
Christmas.
don't. They don't like being shamed. You think these people, again, we've talked about this, to become one of these ghouls that are conservatives that are elected. By the way, like again, conservatives voters-wise, I think a lot of them are just misled. The politicians, the media pundits, the influencers, these people are ghouls. And to become this kind of a ghoul, we've step by step laid it out. It starts with an inability to feel discomfort. That's the first step. Without reacting to such discomfort, without having to do something about it. And all of these people are uncomfortable when they're faced with the facts of their actions, of the consequences of their actions. If you're getting arrested for dodging the draft, you're going to find plenty of people like you in prison who have your back. I suppose that'll be true if it comes to that. How do these people sleep at night? With money, drugs, and a lack of empathy. Again, to be a Republican politician, I kind of feel like you have to be a ghoul at this point. Maybe not in the past, maybe not even 5 years ago, but right now, to be a Republican in office, in Congress, I think you might have to kind of just not be able to feel empathy and relate to other human beings. They aren't into that kinky shit. They're into shaming and overpowering other people. Well, yeah, they only like it when they do it. Poor people don't matter to them. Americans, non-Americans, they don't care if they're poor. Exactly. Remember, you guys realize these guys are all getting a raise. Their salaries going up from $174,000 a year to $234,000 a year. They're all getting a raise. Are you getting a raise? Are your wages going up, even though Congress gets to double, essentially, their wages? When's the last time your wages went up? They hate you. They don't work for you. They work for the rich overlords who also hate you. You are poor. To them, you are a slave, a servant, a serf. You exist only to like create commodities for them to steal your wealth and your happiness away from you. That's why you exist. That's the only reason they care. Wait, did someone say double bacon cheeseburger? I did. Shame is a negative discomfort they don't have any way to shake off, so they refuse to be confronted with it at all. Exactly. It's the full like block sensor. It doesn't even register. I don't know. These motherfuckers get a raise, and the rest of you get your taxes up. Remember, like we looked at this yesterday. Here we go. And give me the tax plan. Thank you. Hey, 174 to 243 per year. They get a pay rise. What do you get? If you make less than $360,000 a year, your taxes are going up, my friends. Your taxes are going up, while theirs goes down, and they get their wages increased. And at the meantime, while they're doing this, again, as we saw earlier, they're using the fucking police to break up strikes, to shut down labor movements. They hate you. These people bought this country decades ago. George Carlin says it best. They own everything. And it'll not ever get better from the top down. Positive change can only ever come from the bottom up. Collective liberation. That's the only way forward. That's the only way past these assholes. Is collective liberation. Brainwashing word since 2003 cleared as a subtle conditioning to populace of Iraqi rebels being forcibly cleared of their own homes. Yeah, no, I mean that it just became part of the lexicon of language at this point. But yes, that is actually probably where that use of the term originated. Well, militarily at least. Oh, of, by, and for the people. That's how it's supposed to be. Well, that's not how it is. It's actually the opposite of that now. We have rich people deciding what other rich people have a cakewalk while the working class pay for everything. Yeah, they get to put their feet up, chill out. They get $5 trillion in tax cuts, and you get to pay for it. While they won't increase Congress pay, citing it hasn't been increased since 2009 or some shit, but they won't do cap. When's the last time the minimum wage was raised? Federal minimum wage. U.S. last time raised. It's still $7.25 per hour, I believe. Oh, look. Also, 2009. So, that excuse is kind of ironic. How clear can it be that these people just, they think of you like a toy. Like a toy. You exist for them to play with, to break, to throw away when they're done with. Sorry, I know we were talking about the Middle East, but off topic. But again, inside Republican negotiations, cutting Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP are on the table. They want to cut your Social Security too, by the way. It's not like that's safe. What the fuck even costs you can't even buy like 3 bottles of water with $7.25 anymore. You can't. You can't. And I mean, again. Look, this by the way, this is how they think about the rich though. Here's the mayor of New York. Listen to this. If you think these people give a single fuck, a singular one. No, we're going to go back to Syria. Sorry, I just got off topic. You know I have ADHD. If you think these people give a singular fuck about you, I don't know what to say to you at this point.
And that is Luigi Mangione arriving back here in New York. First and foremost, why did you feel the need to go to the heliport and actually greet him once he got off that helicopter?
So I was at a conference a few days ago with the top CEOs, IBM, Deloitte. It was a room full of CEOs.
This was the group therapy session that you paid for with your taxpayer, the socialist group therapy that they did for the billionaires. That was this.
CEOs and governmental officials, and the shooting, the intentional shooting, and the response after really traumatized the entire industry. Not
Oh my God, we gave the CEOs trauma, guys. And so we need to what? Use socialism, socialized healthcare, public tax money to pay for their trauma therapy? Really? We traumatized the billionaires, and now you're going to pay for their therapy?
Not only the CEOs, but the employees. People forget that. And I wanted to send...
How many people have been threatening employees that aren't executives, by the way? Because I've not seen a single threat to anybody, really. But how many people have been talking about people who work for big companies aside from the executives?
A strong message with the police commissioner that we're leading from the front. I'm not going to just allow him to come into our city. I want to look him in the eye and stated that you carried out this terrorist act in my city.
Again, first of all, even referring it to like Luigi as a terrorist is ridiculous. I mean, he's a murderer, yes, but we've covered this again. If you don't like agree with me, go watch yesterday's stream. But they're talking about how the CEOs were traumatized, how sad they are, how much they need our fucking help and our money. Or like they don't care about you. They don't work for you. Government hasn't helped people with inequality. They don't help you with trauma. They don't help you with money. You don't get your own, like, you call the police come and shoot you. They get their own private police force that, like, is max tac from Cyberpunk. None of the Jan 6 dudes got charged with terrorism charges. Every single one of them should have, Captain Buggy. I've been saying it for years now. Not a single one of them got terrorism, treason, inciting an insurrection. All of them should have, at least the ones that entered the Capitol, or the ones that are on camera assaulting police. I don't know. Honestly, I'd be happy if every single one of those people got charged with terrorism at the very least, because that's what it was. They were doing violence for political purposes. But no, it's only bad when the left does it. The right gets to do whatever it wants and no one gets to question them. No one questions them. All right. We're going to jump to Syria in just a moment.
The head of the most powerful group in the rebel alliance.
I didn't ask you to autoplay. Alleged murder. Yes, alleged murder. Sorry. I still do think that social murder counts as real murder, by the way. The math checks out. You need a lot of money to get in the office. That money comes from people. Well, like, to be fair, Bernie Sanders fundraised a fuckload of money from small donors. You can do it. It's just nobody tries. But yeah, they work for the people who pay them. Who do you work for? You work for the people who pay you, don't you? If you have a job, is that not your boss? If they're giving you money? John, shut the fuck up. Oxpecker, I think Uvalde was grossly suspicious to the point that I wonder if it was on purpose. I don't know. I don't want to get into like the conspiracy bullshit for these because a lot of them could be. And it's difficult to really tell these days considering everything in the media is a lie. But all right, let's have a look at Al-Jawlani referring to the fact that he's not a threat to the West, to try and, you know, ease the nerves of all of the white people that are scared that the Syrians are going to kill all the Christians. They're not. We got DEI Islamist here.
Head of the most powerful group in the rebel alliance, now in control in Syria, has told the BBC the country is exhausted by war and isn't a threat to its neighbours or the West. Ahmed al-Sharaa led the lightning offensive that toppled President Bashar al-Assad less than 2 weeks ago. He's the leader of the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, group of rebels. In recent days, he's been trying to allay fears and...
Taste Tyler the Flower. To be fair, I don't really like hummus, but bacon and Turkish bread?
New government might restrict the rights of women. And he says the group is no longer linked to Al-Qaeda. Many Syrians, however, are skeptical. Well, Ahmed al-Sharaa has been speaking to Jeremy Bowen, who's live for us tonight in Damascus.
Look, guys, we've covered his interviews with New York Times, with CNN. As for generally, when we talk about revolutionaries, with extremists, even with radical religious folk, they almost never talk about building institutions. And that was kind of all he talked about in all of those interviews. The man is extensively media trained. If you want to know more about Al-Jilani, you can go have a look, at my past videos about the subject. But he seems, at the very least, not to say that you should trust this person, but that they're not insane. They have goals of creating a state, building a working, functional government, not just taking power, which is usually the worry that you have when people are only focused about taking power and don't really talk about what they would do after. That's a big red flag. Al-Jilani is not one of these people. And again, don't trust these people. You can't trust any of these people. But it does make a difference in just where you come from an understanding and knowing that there is still hope for Syria. On some instances, because we're going to look at what's happening between Turkey and the Kurds as well as Israel inside of Syria after this. But at least from the current ruling group of Syria, of HTS, they seem to not be as insane as you would expect them to be.
Jeremy. Thanks very much,
I'm
Clive.
going to leave you guys with this for a
Ahmad
second while I
Shara
go
has a
pee,
long
and then,
history
I'll come back.
as a jihadist fighter and, in fact, as a senior leader going back to the insurgency against the Americans in Iraq 20-odd years ago. So he has form. He says he has changed, breaking with Al-Qaeda in 2016, and he presents his organization as an Islamist group, but nationalist and tolerant of Syria's other sects, other faiths. So people, though, as we've been hearing, are skeptical about all of that. Now, to talk to the BBC, he invited us, in fact, to one of the symbols of the old regime. The de facto leader of Syria, Ahmad al-Shara, chose to do the interview in the presidential palace built by the Assads. He told me he wasn't surprised that the old regime collapsed so quickly. Syrians, he said, needed to keep calm, to tackle all the problems they face.
Or you don't have to engage with the trolls, guys. Just let them be. Who cares? You don't even have to ban them. It's not like seeing that hurts my feelings. Women in politics. You bet you can't even spell politics. Like literally, like this is retard shit. This is the brain of a 10-year-old, at best. Now, Turkish people hating Kurds, how typical of the Turks. I mean, true.
You've made a lot of promises. You said that you'll respect the mosaic of different sectarian groups here in Syria, minorities as well. Are you going to keep those promises?
The Syrian population has lived together for thousands of years. We're going to discuss all of it. We're going to have dialogue and make sure everyone is...
Comrade Lenin, I talked about this right when the war kicked off. Turkey had a chance here, a real chance, in that the reason Turkey doesn't like the Kurds is because one of these groups in yellow, or say rather two of them, the YPG and the PKK, are really, I mean, also all of yellow. Essentially, Turkey considers terrorist organizations, but they really hate the PKK and the YPG because these two actually do terrorism in Turkey, allegedly, according to Turkish media. You could probably look into it and find at least some instances of that not being real, but some of them are, at the very least. Obviously, the Kurds want their own land. They want their own country. What could have happened is if Turkey just worked with the rebels rather than trying to fight the Kurds, they could have instituted a place in which Kurdish power could exist in Syria. Obviously, as we just listened to Al-Jilani, they're doing DEI shit. Everyone's welcome here. And so the Kurds could have lived in Syria, not have to, I don't know, keep fighting for bits of land in Turkey, Iraq, and Syria, and also parts of Iran. They could have just moved to Syria. That could have been where they are. It would have been outside of Turkey. There wouldn't have been a continuation of this issue, as well as Turkey being able to return the refugees, the 3.84 million Syrian refugees that are in Turkey. they could go home. A lot of them want to go home. And a lot of them are going home, to be clear. But instead, Turkey decided, to fight. We'll go more into this after we listen to Al-Jilani, because there's discourse between the U.S. government and Turkey on the subject, considering America backs the Kurdish rebels that Turkey is currently bombing.
Is represented. The old regime always played on sectarian divisions, but we won't. We were welcomed in all the big cities by all the sects. I think the revolution can contain everybody.
I also think the revolution can contain everybody. I don't think the Kurds in Syria would have cooperated with that. They're currently in control of Syria. Well, the thing is, they seem to be cooperating pretty well with like the rebel movement in general. And so far, for an Islamist revolution, there hasn't been much talk on separating groups like Shia and Sunni, and especially, I mean, like Al-Jilani literally said Aleppo could have a Christian mayor because they're so scared of like the Islamists over there. They're working with people. I feel like it could have worked out. Not to say that it would have, but there was a chance here, and especially if the international community was on board with that idea, it could have. Can Kurds eventually get an independent country? Only if it happens naturally. I don't want one to be, I don't want to create Rojava the way that Israel was created, by carving up land and just like, I don't want an ethno-state. I want it to occur naturally. Now, I'm in favor of supporting that, but I'm not in favor of using, more powerful countries cutting up pieces of other countries to create this. That I'm not in favor of. Cradle of Civilization Part 2, yeah.
Some kind of a caliphate, or you're not going to make Syria into a country like Afghanistan, because you know that there are people who say that maybe you want to behave like the Taliban.
There are many differences between Syria and the Taliban. The way we govern is different. Afghanistan is a tribal community. Syria is completely different.
It's hard to keep
the
up with
people
how
just
far...
don't think in the same way. The Syrian government and the ruling system will be in line with Syria's history and culture.
So
Look,
the culture of
by the way, you should remember, like, not all of these answers are good either. Not saying that this is a good guy. I am saying, though, that this is significantly better than the Assad regime.
Syria includes rights for women, it includes education for women, it includes tolerance for people drinking alcohol.
Rebel force.
Is that all acceptable to you?
When it comes to women's education, of course. We've had universities in Idlib for more than 8 years. I think the percentage of women in universities is more than 60%.
Based.
And alcohol?
He's like, not that one. Like,
there are many things I just don't have the right to talk about because they are legal issues.
That answer coming from a revolutionary who right now essentially could take power and form a dictatorship if he wanted to is an insane thing to hear, Like, this is what makes me think there's a chance here. When's the last time you heard an answer like that coming from someone who, like this?
There are many things I just don't have the right to talk about because they are legal issues. There will be a Syrian committee of legal experts to write a constitution. They will decide, and any ruler or president will have to follow the law.
They're talking about writing a constitution, guys. That is based. And like, please let the people have alcohol. I agree, but that's a high ask. Even in countries like Turkey, which were originally secular, Erdogan has kind of shifted that. They also have restrictions on alcohol. It's not illegal, obviously, but in certain places, like too close to a school, too close to a certain time of the day, early in the morning, at night. I don't care if it's haram. Comrade Lenin, come on, and you agree with me that religion has no basis within governance, in ideal government. Even this is not good to me. It's just better than Assad because, I don't know, they seem to give a fuck about the people. Writing a constitution, We're talking about getting rid of our constitution. The British want to go back to monarchy. The Israelis have turned to like a dictatorship. France has basically fallen. The AfD are about to reinstitute Nazi Germany. And this guy wants to build a fucking constitution, and we think that he's the extremist right now. It's insane. Like, he is, by the way, an extremist. It's just really funny that out of all of the world's like governments that we've been covering right now, this guy seems to be like the somewhat least insane. I disagree, Lennon, and I know you do too, because you are a socialist or communist. Like, honest, this guy, compare him to Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Marie Le Pen, or what's the guy who leads the AfD? Out of all of these people, this guy's like much less extreme, yeah. It's weird. That's the thing. Sorry, this is the leader of the AfD, is she? Yeah. So I've never even seen this woman before. I guess she's the one leading the AfD now? Ah, right, yeah, okay. So between her, between Netanyahu, between Donald Trump or Elon Musk, and this guy, who do you think is the least insane? And yeah, they're Nazis. We're gonna get into it. I mean, like, even it's pretty clear. But like, none of them are talking about building institutions. None of them are talking about giving people rights. They're talking about doing exactly the opposite of everything that this guy is saying. Of just in this like last 30 seconds of this clip. But even in the last 4 minutes of what we've watched, even the crazy shit he said is still less crazy than things we hear from our politicians. I don't like
Let's
it.
talk about wider issues.
I'm not saying he's right. He's not.
First of all, this country's broken. There is massive amount of destruction. The economy is destroyed. There are huge debts. How do you begin to start dealing with all of that when the country's under sanctions, and when major powers around the world and the United Nations say that you are the leader of a terrorist group?
That's a political classification. We haven't committed any crimes that justify calling us a terrorist group. In the last 14
Whether
years,
or not
we haven't...
that's true, I don't even care at this point. Because we've discussed multiple times, at this point, the word terrorist, Luigi Mangione, there's your like example, means nothing. It's just a tag that's used by the side that has, I don't know, fear or has had violence done to them. Whether or not it's correct, whether or not it's a retaliation, it doesn't matter. It's just either you are a freedom fighter or a terrorist, and it depends on who you're asking whether you're one or the other. Everyone is a terrorist now. Genuinely, I'm not even kidding that they could call all of us terrorists for just having these thoughts within a year from now. That shit's the thing that scares me, you know? I'm taking maybe a chat off screen at some point might need to be a thing that happens because it's insane. Oh, okay. Get up and stretch is what was voted for. Sure. I'll do it.
targeted any civilians or civilian areas or civilian targets. I understand some countries will be worried by that designation, but it's not true. Now, after all that has happened, sanctions must be lifted because they were targeted at the old regime. The victim and the oppressor should not be treated in the same way.
I like that. That was a good idea to put that in there. Now, delegate to brown people and vigilantes. I guess delegated, rather, to brown people and vigilantes. I didn't realize that I didn't have the video playing.
Sanctions must be lifted because they were targeted.
What about Irish Republicans? You do realize the Irish were the Mexicans of their day, right? You know, Americans lost their shit at when a bunch of Irish people came and like immigrated to the United States. They used to be the ones that we would slur. You're almost cosplaying Luffy from One Piece. Oh shit, you know what? I am wearing blue pants and an orange top, so it makes sense. Well, yeah, so you understand. In fact, I made this point pre-election. Waves of immigration into the U.S. when they were calling the current like migration crisis like an invasion from the southern border, they have no idea how much bigger the amount of people that came into the country from Ireland at those times were in comparison. Here we go. Immigration to the U.S. between 1851 to 1900. What would be a good time period here? That's, I mean, after that, obviously. First major wave, but you know what? Let me just write Irish immigration, because that'll make it very clear. Same with the Italians, by the way. Irish descent. (1840s). Oh, cool. That was the correct answer then. Well then, in that case, 12 million immigrants came into the country within 30 years. 12 million. And they were calling what? How many people from the southern border came in this year? US immigration 2024 entries. 226,000. Give me the full how many immigrants? How many immigrants came into the US not today, this year? 2024 current state of immigration. Open it up. That's not the stats I'm asking for. 2.6 million people. 2.6 million people came into this country since 2016. 2.6 compared to 12 million. And they called it an invasion. We love you, Mrs. Thatcher, like your old man loves his... I have no idea what you're going on about there.
Targeted at the old regime.
Probably something I haven't read.
And the oppressor should not be treated in the same way.
Now, Akbar Shara struck me as a highly intelligent and politically sophisticated man. And like a lot of politicians, he seemed reluctant quite often to give a straight answer to a straight question. So I don't necessarily think he is immediately going to be reassuring all of the...
Yeah, look, again, don't blind trust these people, but understand, like, this was the reality pre this guy. This is Syria under Assad.
I saw.
Oh shit. Didn't the Irish famine happen in the mid-1800s? And that's probably why that is exactly why the Irish diaspora to America happened, was because of the Irish famine. The only Republicans I support are the Irish Republican IRA. Those exist. Oh, hello, Frank, come here. No, don't run away from me. Gotta say hi. Gotta say hi. Hello. He even tried to wave. Mwah. Mwah. Hello, Mr. Franklin. All right, now you can go. Oh, yeah. Now, let's have a look at what Syria was like under Assad.
Al-Saad says the truth
I know
about
the
some
IRA.
of the tens of thousands of
I know about the IRA, but again, you guys know that I do not support violence, and if I did, I wouldn't be allowed to say anything that indicates that I would. But I don't. That's my cat's name is Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
missing Syrians lies here.
Assad used chemical weapons on his own people, and when we watched the freeing of the prisoners, there were people that thought Saddam Hussein's army was freeing them and that Assad's dad was still president. So,
underneath what used to be a regime base,
Assad was
in Qutaifa,
genocidal
north
as
of
well.
Damascus. Isam owned a construction company. He says Bashar al-Assad's security agencies used his machinery to bury tortured prisoners here.
I have a bad feeling every time I come here. It brings back memories of what I saw for years. Refrigerated trucks used to dump bodies in pits on a regular basis. It was very ugly.
Isam witnessed apparent war crimes. He wasn't the only one in this town.
The IRA, weren't they like the ones that were fighting for freedom against the British in Ireland? Am I remembering this wrong?
The writing on the wall
They like car bombed shit and stuff.
Documents the date of the burial of an unidentified man. There are others.
Yes, he did.
And in this corner of the town cemetery, others were buried. But there are no tombstones, no names. Their stories only to be told by the graveyard's keeper, who can only say for sure that they were not from the town and were likely involved in opposition protests at the start of the uprising.
The regime buried around 100.
Yeah, exactly. Freedom fighters are cool. Violence is bad. Remember, blah, 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 blah. And yes, you did miss a lot, but that's okay, because if you go on YouTube, you can watch the full video later. And also, don't forget to jump over to YouTube if you're watching on Twitch, because YouTube, like, Twitch does not like me talking about this kind of shit. So if I get banned again, you won't be able to find me. Also, please drop a like and a sub on the video while you're there. That would be very much appreciated.
100 people here. They buried them in batches. I prayed over their bodies. They were innocent civilians. They were our Syrian brothers.
Qutaifa was a regime stronghold. Its outskirts were a closed military zone that residents were not allowed to access. For years, families waited for news about their loved ones who disappeared in regime prisons.
It's a useless word now.
Arbitrary and unlawful arrests were part of the regime's strategy to silence dissent. Now Syrians need to find those who are still missing. Rights groups say there are at least 100,000 unaccounted for.
The refrigerated trucks used to come at least twice a week. They used to use employees of government institutions and diggers to dig graves. Not one of us could say a word at the time.
Answers may lay beneath the ground.
By the way,
here are calling for
Captain Buggy. I found it just for you. Prisoners in Assad's dungeons are reporting that they think Hafez is still president and they were freed by Saddam's invading army. This was the day that Damascus fell. It's all in my living source document, by the way.
To start digging. Mass graves have already been unearthed in other regime-controlled areas, evidence of a long-suspected pattern of organized state violence.
Oh no, have you not seen what these prisons look like? Hold on, just while we're getting an understanding of Assad's Syria, let's have a look at like the hole you would get thrown in for pissing off the regime, really quickly.
Just days ago, rebels freed thousands of prisoners here on their march to Damascus, amazed at this sudden recovery of their lives. The empty cells, a striking image of how much has changed. But many believe this isn't the end.
Yeah, I wasn't
People still
exaggerating.
trapped, they think, in an underground prison. The Syrian civil defense group, the White Helmets, has joined the search.
We believe there's a network of cells with prisoners beneath the jail, but we haven't yet been able to find the entrance. We do not have any details on how many people are underground.
It's a literal hole that they would throw you in. There's children here too. Children that were born in this hole.
On a surge of excitement, for a moment, they thought they'd made a discovery.
I agree, Lord Fluffy Art. I do. I really do.
They're searching the bowels of the prison, looking for tunnels that lead to hidden cells.
Like, you guys ever watch one of those movies where the supervillain? It's like I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna show the fact that I'm a Tumblr girl here. I really liked the Vampire Diaries and the originals. And in the originals, if you've seen that show, there is a scene where two basically immortal characters get into an argument, and the stronger one wins and punishes the other one by trapping them in a wall, like just, you know, building a wall around them. They can't move, they're shackled, they're stuck there. They will live forever, basically. They'll just suffer while they do, and no one will ever find them because they built a wall in front of him. That's what Assad would do to people that pissed him off.
This is where they think they may have found an entrance to an underground prison. They've been looking for more than a day, but they haven't found anything so far. Nobody knows exactly what they might find or who might be underneath the ground, but many, many people are hoping.
I mean, also, this was funny. I've been in prison for 10 years. What happened? The regime fell, and then this guy laughs, and I'm never going to get over his laugh. Oh, sorry, that's really loud. Not this guy. That's his response. I love that man. 10 out of 10. It irks me that some leftists see Assad's fall as a kind of tragedy just because they're cozy with Moscow. Well, that's because some leftists aren't actually leftists. Their entire belief system is built on America bad and nothing else. Now, personally, I'm the other, like, America is bad. We've done a lot of bad things. But yeah, tankies. The issue is right now, we're not the worst. If we were, then that would be the biggest problem. America is bad. We're just not currently the worst and biggest problem. Hope foreign proxies never take root in Syria again. Well, they haven't left, Greg. Turkey and Israel are in there right now. Israel has the most to gain from this now, where Israel's going to invade and annex land, most likely. They're talking about doing so. They're talking about a need for a Lebensraum. Like, this all ties into it. Not all tankies are pro-Russia, but if you're not pro-Russia, you're either pro-China then. I don't like tankies for the most part. I'll work with them, and I disagree with a lot of them, but some tankies are good. It's mostly online tankies that I disagree with. You know, like if you meet an ML or something in real life, they're much less annoying than online often. You, for example, are probably the only ML that I can really work with, Lennon, because your brain is not like fried like the rest of the online MLs. You've read Lenin, but you're not a tanky, and that's the difference. And by the way, I think Lenin had good ideas. I just think that he failed to implement them because they didn't get rid of capital, and once he gained power, it corrupted him, just like it would anybody else. Let's have a look at Mehdi Hassan talking about how we failed the Syrian people. Second Thought brainwashed into pretending tankies. Yeah, Second Thought was not a net good for the left. A tanky is a leftist who thinks that violence is both necessary and morally like good to use against the bourgeoisie in the revolution. But in the modern context, most of the time, a tanky is just someone that says America bad and Russia, China good. I disagree with them entirely. How dare you attack JT? I dare. I dare. I'm the most daring that you will ever find.
It's hard to keep up with how fast events are moving on the ground in Syria. The historic fall of Bashar al-Assad over the weekend shocked a lot of people. Assad is reportedly in Russia. Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, the leader of...
A lot of tankies turn out to not even read theory, which is always funny. Captain Buggy, to be honest, I find that, like, the tankies that read theory are more annoying than the tankies that don't read theory. And, like, also, I haven't really read theory. I've read Capital, and we read it on stream, based on the votes in the Discord, I think now every 2 weeks, because Mark's Mondays will now... Sorry, every 2 weeks, yeah. So Mark's Monday now will be replaced with me playing Disco Elysium, which I'm really excited for. But, you know, we read theory on stream, but too much theory also is a bad thing. I don't know. People get too deep into it and then they lose focus on what reality is actually like. I don't like Second Thought at all.
The main Syrian rebel group, the Islamist group HTS, is reportedly in Damascus. He's already appointed a new prime minister for the country, apparently. A lot going on in Syria. Prisons being opened up. But where does Syria go next, and what role can the international community play? I'm delighted to say that I'm joined now from Geneva by the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen. Thank you so much for joining us on Mehdi Unfiltered.
There is one, like, short thing of theory that I want to read to you guys today once we're done with Syria. Yeah, he's smart and biased. That's the issue with a lot of tankies. They're just smart and biased. Some of them aren't you know, like Hakeem is not smart and biased. He's just a second thought follower. But there's you can tell, you know, it's just ones online piss me off. In person, they tend to be a lot less terrible.
You're taking time out of a very busy week, I know, for you.
No, really a pleasure being here. And
yeah, this guy looks sick. I love
and
this.
as you rightly began by stating, it's been a historical change the last
I've
few
seen
days.
like 2 things from Hakeem and he's insane.
And what happened yesterday? I think it was yesterday, Sunday.
Yes.
No one really believed it could happen. That we would see an end to this way. Really unbelievable to see and to watch.
So let me ask you on that note, that very question. How stunned were you as the UN Special Envoy for Syria, not just to see Assad fall in that way late Saturday night, but also this entire 11-day offensive by the rebels taking over the entire country in less than 2 weeks? How stunned, how shocked were you and your team?
We were all stunned. We were, frankly speaking, we were all surprised. But in all fairness, we were not the only one. I think all were surprised. And I actually believe that also HTS were surprised.
Oh, no, they were. Jelani even said even they did not expect to be able to like move that quickly. The rebels were expecting a much more difficult fight than the one they got. Well then, Comrade Lennon, you are smarter than that guy. Based on my like very little exposure to him, he didn't seem very smart to me.
To go from Idlib and in a few days take Aleppo, take Hama, then go to Homs, and then to Damascus. And that you then
Greg,
will
I'll
see
talk
that
about
they
Trudeau
were
in a
joined
minute.
by the Syrian National Army after Aleppo. And then, of course, we saw the Free Syrian Army, as they call themselves, going in and taking over Damascus first.
The Free Syrian Army, by the way, is the Turkish-backed group that is now fighting with the Kurds that are backed by us.
Then later joined by HTS. I think the important thing here, if I may say, is that this happened because the Syrian regime at the time were not willing to engage in a real political discussion with the opposition. They had the opportunity during 13 years to sit down and do a real discussion, and they refused serious engagement. And then, of course, you had on top of it the economic collapse that was even.
By the way, I'm not saying anything because I don't disagree with anything he's saying so far, so I don't really have anything to add. I don't watch these videos in advance, so I can like react live. This is Mehdi Hassan, but this guy I haven't disagreed with him yet. Without Hakeem, I'd have gone down the Bernie MAGA pipeline. Well, I'm glad he didn't, but still, like I don't consider him smart, and that's why I exist now. By the way, to keep you guys away from the tankies and bring you down the correct pipeline of, I don't know, not even socialism, just do good things and be kind.
Even stronger after the
Make
earthquake
the
last year.
world and life better.
And the fact that
pipeline?
then the Arabs normalized relationship didn't help that. The situation got even worse.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he didn't listen to the advice from the Arabs, and he was not even willing to sit down and discuss with Erdogan. So, in short, everyone was upset.
Exactly, Captain
Yes.
Buggy.
You mentioned HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is the main Islamist group, some might argue jihadist group, an offshoot of Al-Qaeda in Syria, Jabhat al-Nusra, the Nusra Front. Interestingly, the UN's approach, your approach to Syria is based, I believe, on UN Security Council Resolution 2254, which was passed unanimously by the Security Council almost a decade ago. That resolution makes it very clear, explicitly clear, that the Nusra Front, the Al-Qaeda franchise in Syria, should be excluded from any ceasefire, any political process. And yet the man now effectively in charge of Syria, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, is the former leader of the Nusra Front. His group, HTS, is basically an offshoot of the Nusra Front. So where does that leave the UN's approach?
This creates, obviously, challenges. And I've been very open when it comes to this. But we have to be very precise, and we have to be factual. It is now 9 years since this resolution was passed. And of course, there's been a lot of changes. And what we have been seeing, and this is extremely important, what we've been seeing from the HTS on the ground has been, I think, surprising to most people. The messaging coming out so far has been good. What we have seen in Aleppo, there are problems, there are challenges, but at least there is an invitation to all communities in Syria, and that no one should be excluded. What we now need to see when they are in Damascus, and of course they're not alone in Damascus, is that this vision is actually implemented.
Yes.
And I do believe that if that vision is implemented, the new reality will be speaking for itself.
I think that it's a worthy try. I think that this is, like, it's nice that to see, I don't know, something getting taken seriously for once on the global stage. Now, whether or not, like, good outcomes come from this guy doesn't get to decide. And it's still a clusterfuck, you know? It's still a proxy war. It's just some of the proxies lost some of their power, but it's not over yet.
And then I do believe, if I may just say this, is that then, of course, the sanctionist states and those in the UN that are dealing with this will see that there is a new reality, but only if there is a real change happening on the ground.
Do you believe, it sounds like you're willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. You're saying the messaging sounds good. You are the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Syria. Will you be advising the UN Secretary General and the Security Council that they should perhaps unlist, delist, no longer prescribe Nusra or HTS or Julani as terrorist entities? The UK government, apparently today, the BBC is reporting that the UK government is considering delisting him and his group as a terrorist.
I would agree with that. First of all, Nusra doesn't exist anymore, and HTS as a group so far hasn't done any terrorism. So,
as I said, we need to see the proof. We need to see that the actions are actually followed up. As I said, we are seeing good statements. We are seeing some good developments on the ground.
Okay, so this was a week ago. And sorry, 9 days ago. Since then, not much has happened. Did he just mention Iran? I don't think he did.
See the proof. We need to see that the actions are actually followed up. As I said, we are seeing good statements. We are seeing some good developments on the ground.
No, he said on the ground, and I think that might have, because I kind of could hear Iran from that.
We need to see that when we move forward, that there is actually a transitional body established in Damascus that is inclusive of all communities and is not dominated by one armed group, but include all of them. And if that happens, then my message to the Security Council will be, yes, it's time to have a deeper look at this and see if it's possible to delist. But as I said, only if these things happen.
And so far, they've been happening.
All the internal groups. Let's talk about the outside actors. Syria has been plagued by outside interventions, military interventions. By
the only mainstream media that's even worth listening to these days.
Its neighbors, by other countries in the region. You, I believe, were in Doha at the weekend at the Doha Forum, meeting with a lot of the foreign ministers and representatives for a lot of these countries. What is your message to those countries, to Turkey, to Iran? Turkey basically controls now a large chunk of Syrian territory. What's your message to them?
My message to the three you mentioned, but also to the Arab ministers that were there from Saudi Arabia, from Egypt, from Jordan, and from Iraq, and obviously the Qataris, was exactly the same. And that is what we now need is to see de-escalation, because it's important to remember the conflict is not over. We have a large part of the country, mostly where Alawites are living, mostly, not only, that is not under the control of any of the armed groups. We have the situation in the northeast, controlled by the SDF, supported by the Americans. So this is one thing. And then, of course, we have the potential clash between the different groups, and we really have to avoid that.
Is Hassan technically mainstream media? I mean, not anymore. He used to be an MSNBC anchor until he got fired for, you know, being too pro-Palestine. But I don't know. I still can. He's like, he might get 30,000 concurrent viewers, but he gets a lot of the man tweets almost as much as Elon Musk does for some reason, and is in the trenches. You know, he's out there fighting, and he gets this validation from his time on MSNBC, kind of like how Cenk was validated at the beginning of TYT by also being fired by you know, MSNBC. I mean, Hassan is not mainstream media, but only because culturally he's not classified as such. Technically, at this point, I would consider live streamers and content creators to be the mainstream media, but we don't use that word in the like literal definition. We use it colloquially, and colloquially, the mainstream media is like news outlets, and then we have the independent media. So technically, both Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Piker are independent media, but both of them, and more so Mehdi Hassan, benefit from their days on mainstream media.
So my message is de-escalation, calm. And then my second message is, as I've already mentioned, that we need to see transitional arrangement in Damascus that is reassuring to all the millions of Syrians that are now hoping for a new future that is not dominated by one group, not by one person, but where all Syrians have a say. And I'm very pleased to be able to say, if I may just one more word on that, I'm very pleased to say it was unanimous support for this from all the ministers that I talked to in Doha.
The Russians too?
The Russians too, absolutely.
Really?
What about Israel? What is the UN's message to Israel, which not only continues to occupy the Syrian Golan
The
Heights?
Democrats are playing a game of catch up. In 10 years, they'll be talking about you literally.
But since Saturday has been seizing new territory in the buffer zone
Allergic
where
to
UN peacekeepers
power.
are based, and has been bombing Damascus. They're bombing what they say are chemical weapon sites for the last couple of days too. What's your message to Israel?
The message to Israel is that this needs to stop. What we're seeing in the Golan is a violation of the 1974 agreement. This is a very serious issue.
Okay, I agree, but like what? Wagging your finger at Israel is not going to do shit. Apparently, they passed the budget bill, so we don't get the government shutdown. Thank God, because that could have been really, really, really bad. But it's also pretty bad. So first off, they cut this bill down from 1,500 pages to 118. But, like, what did they cut out of it? We know for a fact that at the very least, the one thing that was cut is funding for children's, pediatric cancer research. By the way, they're lying about it, but like it's literally, you can go download the document and read it. They're saying we were funding bioweapons. This is a lie. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Go read it. You can actually read it. They cut something to do with cancer research. Yeah. Beyond this, though, I just want you to hear. This is a Republican. By the way, this is a Republican saying these things.
Fact of the matter is, $330 billion.
All right, let me up that. And like, yes, Destiny is controlled opposition for the right. Amaranth, I don't really know much about like content, but yeah, that's it. They literally are allergic to power, and they kicked us on out of the DNC. That's all you got to say.
Congratulations, you've added to the debt since you were given the majority again on November 5th. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. Yes, I think this bill is better than it was yesterday on certain respects, but to take this bill yesterday and congratulate yourself.
Lennon, that's what they want.
Because it's shorter in pages, but increases the debt by $5 trillion is asinine. And that's precisely what Republicans...
$5 trillion increase to the debt. Remember, these were the people that ran on cutting spending.
...are doing. I'm absolutely sickened by a party that campaigns on fiscal responsibility and has the temerity to go forward to the American people and say, you think this is fiscally responsible. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Look, I told you. I told you. They don't care about you. They fucking hate you. Your taxes are paying for them to get a salary increase. Their wages are going up. They doubled Congress's wages. They spent your tax money giving CEOs group therapy because they were traumatized by the public support for Luigi Mangione, who they call a terrorist. He's a murderer. He did kill somebody, but he's not a terrorist. Like, they don't care about you guys. What is this?
This episode...
No. Not watching Second Dawn on my channel. Sorry. Not happening. Okay, before we jump back into the atrocities of Syria, let me just spice things up with something just like a little fun for a second. Here's a raccoon eating. Just take a breath. Take a deep breath with me, everybody.
Sticker.
Go gather them all up for me, so I don't step on any.
Yeah, I know what Foxy was. I don't know. Okay. Well, I think we've covered the niceness there. And so far, any updates on Israel? In the last 6 hours? Nothing. Cool. So leading right into the next segment. 6 hours ago, the U.S. is quite concerned about the effects of fighting between SDF and SNA, backed by Turkey near Tishrin Dam and damages to the dam. blah, blah, blah. Basically, America and Turkey are fighting, and they're not making up. There we go.
Meanwhile, rebel
Thank you, my brain needed the little serotonin shot, I figured.
forces backed by Turkey are continuing operations in northern Syria against Kurdish forces. Turkey says the objective is to clear the area of what he calls terrorism. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara to discuss the fighting, which is threatening to destabilize northern Syria. The U.S. and Turkey support rival groups in the conflict.
Jesus Christ, Lenin. That's what Ukraine looks like right now. Russia is really mad, by the way. So this isn't true, by the way. This is what you get for having where is it? Elon Musk's Twitter like trending page being done by AI. But the tagline being Russia has declared war on the world today, which like I don't think this is true, but if it's officially World War III and Russia declared war on us, can we end this shit already? Because that'd be great. I mean, that way, yeah, we can Slavi Rusi. We can do it. I'm telling you guys, it wouldn't be that hard. You guys, they can't even afford to keep this shit up, by the way. We'll look into that a bit later. We have time. It's shit. I have to end stream on time today, by the way, guys. So I'm gonna speed things up because I have friends coming over. So
Turkish-backed militia has been fighting a Kurdish-led force that Ankara says are terrorists. But the U.S. regards the Syrian Kurds as allies, especially as a bulwark
There's no way I'm
against the
gonna get
power
through all the
vacuum left by the fall of Bashar al-Assad. Let's cross over to DW correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul. Dorian, the Biden administration already has one foot out the door, basically. What's the point of Blinken's visit to Turkey a month before the change of command in the U.S.?
Well, I think a lot of people here in Turkey are asking that question. But having said that, I think Washington are arguing, given the urgency of the situation, this visit is vital to achieve goals of a successful transition to a stable...
Basically, Turkey says, I don't give a fuck what you want to America. Here's the Al Jazeera version without all the narrativizing. In fact, actually, I feel like the length difference in the videos is a 1-to-1. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 9 minutes. It's 6 minutes of British narrativizing that's just skipped over in this one.
Syria has denied U.S. claims. It has agreed a ceasefire with the Syrian Democratic Forces in northern Syria. Officials say the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army will continue operations to clear areas held by the Kurdish-led fighters.
No, Lenin, by the way, again. No, that's Fed posting, I think, technically.
Who are supported by the U.S. The force is headed by the YPG that Turkey says is linked to the Kurdistan Workers' Party. Sinem Kosovoglu joining us from Istanbul. How are we to understand the Turkish comment saying that there's no ceasefire deal between Turkey and the U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces in northern Syria, which goes against a U.S. announcement?
No, saying that you want nuclear war, I think. I don't know. Man, they keep changing the rules every fucking day. How am I supposed to know what you're allowed to say anymore? This is what we get for electing authoritarians. All of our rights are being taken away, and I now have to watch my speech more. It's fucked up. And no, none of you are gonna have to die in a war. We'll make sure. There are no ballistic war. Russian missiles are broken. They can't get off the ground. We'll go into Russia. Just give me like a minute. It's always Russia that takes us off track, isn't it?
On the same issue earlier on.
It's almost like it's a system built to produce this effect.
Been against the U.S. support for the Syrian Kurdish fighter group
Fucking
YPG,
hate talking about
especially
it.
considering that the West sees the YPG as a major element, as a major partner in the fight against ISIL, and after ISIL has been defeated in guarding the ISIL prisoners. Turkey has always been against this, and the motto of the Turkish government has always been: you cannot control a terrorist group with another terrorist group. Turkey argues that
you also cannot take out a terrorist group by force. Captain Buggy, you're exactly correct.
YPG is the Syria extension of the outlawed Kurdistan Workers' Party PKK, and as a proof, Turkey has always said that the very ranks of the YPG are all former PKK commanders, PKK officers.
This is all
who
like
have, whom
Turkey's
the Turkish
claims, by the
government
way.
have fought for more than 4 decades. That's why Turkey says that we don't deal with a terrorist organization. That's why a ceasefire is not possible, and we are determined that no semi or fully autonomous Kurdish entity led by the YPG.
Essentially, we're not going to stop. All right, I have an idea. So that is the end of Syria for the day. I have a lot of other countries that we're not going to be able to cover today, but I also have some fun shit. And I've made the decision, well, this one's not particularly fun. This one's more just interesting. Oh, but let's learn some science right now instead of, well, I mean, this is still politics, obviously. It's all politics, but a different kind of politics, one that's less contentious and is based in science and more interesting. Let's learn about something called the AMOC pattern. If you've been watching me for a while, a couple days ago I mentioned my theory of how the shift in global temperature might shift where storms are forming and the types of weather patterns and where on the planet they are. And then I just happened to see this yesterday. I didn't actually watch it. I only got about a minute in, so let's find out together.
Keep setting all-time highs. But in the North Atlantic lies one very mysterious, very creepy exception. It's called the cold blob, or the warming hole. And according to
the warming hole sounds so dirty. I can't help it. The warming hole.
It shouldn't exist today, which means we're missing something. So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time the planet was this warm? And if so, what happened after it appeared?
Our study is actually probably provides hints.
So just to clarify before we actually go into this, what I think the video is going to talk about, because I have no idea. I haven't watched it, but I think that as global temperatures heat up, this being the equator, we know that storms both in the north and in the southern hemisphere form in specific places because of where the equator is, where the warmest water on Earth is. This, I believe, will probably have, instead of being one line, it'll be like a space, you know, it'll be like this to here to here might be the equator. Expand how large that space of warm currents are, which would result in, I don't know, shifting of storm patterns either up further north or down further south. That's really it. But I don't know if this is what that's going to say. It just seems somewhat related.
Regarding our very near future.
Muhammad is talking about Earth's most important heat transfer system, the AMOC. An enormous ocean circulation that redistributes heat from the tropics and southern hemisphere into the northern latitudes. And this global heat transfer is responsible for regulating weather that we rely on.
This is about as far as they got.
Society, especially temperature and rainfall patterns. And the appearance of the cold blob could mean that this vital Earth system is on the brink of collapse. But it might not be so simple. It turns out that there's a hot debate in the scientific community about
this. Also, by the way, don't like doom. This doesn't mean like the end of all life on human, like this just means changing of like weather to an extent. Obviously, this will be bad for a lot of people, but this is not like the end of humanity. I'm not trying to like doom or you, no conspiracy hole.
In this episode, we're going to get to
clarification.
Because although there is debate, what most scientists agree on is that an AMOC collapse will change our world dramatically.
Once the climate warms enough, we could hit a tipping point where very suddenly and very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
No, that's not what that was. The coldest parts on that map were not the deep red parts. It was the blob. That was the cold part. What was it? Okay, we're on 1 minute 35. Give me the map. Give it to me. The map. Where are you? I want this map, and I want it now. I will expect. There we go. That right there is the cold part. All of these are the hot parts. It's like white purple, and blue are cold. At the start one? Again, this is the cold spot. That's all hot. That's all heating up. Oh, okay, now I get what you said. You meant like the places that are supposed to be cold are covered in red and heating up. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said because I thought you like got a confusion in the color, not yeah, that was on me. Sorry. Well, it's getting hotter. That's what the map is showing. That's places that are getting hotter. It's not going to be hot very long.
Suddenly, and
sorry, cold very long.
This AMOC current could collapse.
We might get a Russia that's closer in
warm, salty water
to like Turkey. Like southern Russia could be closer to Turkey in where it's general not ecosystem. What's the fucking word? Weather. Maybe 4 degrees Celsius or 5? No, like 1.5 from where we are now in Fox.
Atlantic, where
genuinely
it sinks, bringing cold, deep water as far south as Antarctica. This exchange keeps temperatures warmer in Europe and milder in the tropics. But dramatic cooling in Europe probably isn't the biggest impact.
Very fair, Art. Sorry, I did warn you guys this would be not a particularly fun stream.
AMOC shift.
Very worried about future changes in rainfall and water availability. During times when AMOC is strong, the Northern Hemisphere tropics and monsoon regions are generally stronger and wetter.
This, scientists say, is because the AMOC influences the intertropical convergence zone, which is the belt where trade winds meet, forming regions of heavy seasonal rain.
Shardspork, that would actually that would be a conspiracy that makes sense, but I don't think that they think that deep into things.
Either side of the equator, known as
yes,
monsoons.
it does, Greg 17.
It's really hard to imagine how many people a sudden shift in monsoons would impact.
Over half the world's population are impacted by them, and so really understanding how those could potentially change is really critical.
I did say this is bad. It's not the end of humanity bad, but it's bad. Thanks for the follow, Brain Matter.
Because as the AMOC slows, the northern hemisphere cools. That cooling shifts the tropical rain band south.
It is very funny to think about Shardspork.
Regions that count on them for up to 90% of their yearly precipitation, directly impacting food security for over 2 billion people. So with so much on the line, what does the scientific community say?
There are a number of studies that really suggest that the risk is much larger and much closer, actually, with lower levels of warming than we have previously thought.
Most models do predict an AMOC weakening before the end of the 21st century. Some by up to 46%, even in low greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and 55%
that's not good.
High emission scenarios. And some find a collapse by mid-century is possible or even likely. So that's just a few decades away.
Yeah, like 25 years away to maybe 35.
There are also scientists at very reputable institutions.
And remember, they used to tell us climate change was a thing for not our lifetime, 100, 200 years from now type thing. Remember, when you were a kid, that's what you were told. So hearing 25 years from now makes me feel like, oh, cool, we'll get this in the next 5 with the Trump presidency.
Who declined our interview request on the subject because they don't believe there is convincing evidence that the current is weakening. So what's going on here? Well,
yeah, remember, these are credible organizations that are saying that they disagree with this as well. So
it's hard to study. It's variable from year to year.
I think this makes sense.
A slight slowdown has been observed in the last 2 decades when scientists began directly observing the current.
Oh, they won't do anything. They've already given in.
Isn't enough data to determine a trend, and even this—
That is what the cause is, Greg. They say it in the video. The AMOC, like the cold spot, appears from ice in the northern hemisphere, like in the North Pole, melting off, and just kind of pooling there and making that part of the ocean colder.
Slowdown isn't particularly clear, but there is a third way to study the AMOC.
Well, you're about to see, actually.
Paleoclimate data, or the study of Earth's past climate.
Paleoclimate, in my view,
same iodine and borderline.
Really critical to understanding the future of Earth's climate because humans have only been recording climate with instruments and satellites for decades to maybe like a couple of centuries at most.
Using clues buried in snow, ice, marine sediment, And one very unexpected place, which we'll get to in a bit, researchers can put together an incredible history of Earth's past climate by literally measuring cores of the Earth. But
me too. Free breakfast
paleoclimate
banana, me
research
too.
is easier said than done. We visited a scientist at Oregon State
Cthulhu incoming?
University who studies ice cores found miles below the surface.
This sample came from about a mile deep in the Greenland ice sheet.
Since ice is so thick, there are thousands of samples that have to be measured, and all of them are cut by hand. Once the ice is cut, it's taken to the lab where each sample is measured.
After we cut the ice samples, we put them in a little flask.
No, Netfox, that's not why.
is-
It's because the ocean currents drag all the cold water and like the heavier ice to that part of the planet, and there's more of a spread out in where the ice that's coming off of the like Antarctica is ending up. They go into it all in this video. I remember an old science episode they had removed an ice cylinder for miles, and the results were that warming has been occurring periodically, so it's normal. Yeah, that is a thing that they're going to talk about. Just keep watching. I promise none of you will be disappointed by the knowledge you will gain from this.
Mount to our vacuum
What
line.
the fuck
and we
happened to
pump out all the air,
Captain
we
Planet?
close it
That's
up,
true.
And we melt the ice.
Christo is measuring the methane concentration in these ice samples, trying to understand past AMOC collapses. To do this, the ice sample is refrozen so that the ice is at the bottom and the air is at the top. He then measures that air.
Once we find the methane spike, we know exactly where we are in time.
By cross-referencing paleoclimate records, scientists are able to confidently reconstruct past climate events.
There's a one-to-one relationship between all these different things. Greenhouse gases, temperature in Antarctica, temperature in Greenland, rainfall in the tropics. When the current is on, we know that the monsoons in India and China are very strong. This means there's going to be more wetlands in those places, and wetlands are exactly the thing that produce methane. That's the relationship between methane and this AMOC current. It runs through the monsoons.
Which brings us
Not
to
that one,
haze,
Mosso.
the best way to study the Earth's past hydroclimate.
Primarily we use stalagmites in our research. They form on the cave floor as water is dripping, is precipitating calcite layer by layer.
Man, I love
you get
caves.
these really beautiful.
I
long
don't know why I love being in a cave. Like there's just a feeling you get from exploring.
stalagmites that are effectively a history of groundwater chemistry.
By
They're
measuring
not
oxygen
what are you
isotope
talking
ratios,
about,
which tell
pros?
scientists the past temperature and rainfall conditions.
Captain Planet died in the Iraq War? No fucking way. Another casualty that you can blame on George W. Bush.
Kathleen is able to see abrupt shifts in rainfall
Al
patterns. This
Gore
allows her
and
other
Captain
scientists
Planet.
to understand AMOC impacts and reconstruct past climate events like an AMOC slowdown or collapse. Earth has two major modes, glacial and interglacial periods. Currently, we are in an interglacial period with a warmer, more stable climate. But looking at the last ice age, which is the last glacial period, may actually foreshadow what's coming our way.
One of the reasons we're so concerned about these potential collapse of the AMOC is that we actually have examples of it. During the last ice age, we have at least 25 examples.
Sister to
where
all,
the
this
AMOC
is the
actually
part
collapsed.
where like you should pay attention because we like obviously sometimes the world gets warmer. We have glacial periods and interglacial periods. Why?
25 different collapses during the last ice age is an average of once every 5,000 years. So according to Earth's paleoclimate record, an AMOC collapse in the near future is plausible. And since the last collapse was almost 12,000 years ago, maybe we're due.
Now I don't think these are like earthquakes and that like you can say you're due. I think we could prevent it from happening, but keep in mind, you know, that they used to naturally occur about every 5,000 years, and it's been 12,000 years since we've had one.
It's world changing for plants and animals who live through it. When the current collapses, temperatures drop. And during some periods while the AMOC was off, ice sheets reached as far as New York City, northern Spain, and Paris. Christo's ice core study found the average temperature changed by 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the Greenland ice sheet within a few decades. When it turned back on, it raised by nearly the same amount. That type of temperature change in such a short period of time would be catastrophic for humanity and cause ripple effects all over the world.
AMOC were to collapse. During the winter, the North Atlantic would just be covered in sea ice. So within a decade or two, all of a sudden, the climate could shift from a more maritime climate that London has today to a very cold winters continental climate that Moscow has.
So the British, welcome to Moscow. We're all the USSR now.
So this proves that the current is
Yeah,
fundamentally
it happened
unstable
before,
and
so it's
certainly
fake.
can collapse. But everything we've been talking about.
They're literally
happened
talking about how they've got records of Earth's climate. What are you talking? They just showed you how they got these records. They went and they looked at stalagmites that have existed for tens of thousands. Okay, prove to me that it's wrong. Citation needed. Are you a climate scientist? Do you have a PhD? Not Fox? Like, why do you know more than they do? Explain to me why I should care. Now, you can be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know about. I'm not a climate scientist, but they explained how they're doing this.
Rainfall patterns. This allows her and other scientists to understand.
That's not true either, sister to all.
Climate.
It's not true. Here, let's keep watching. Fine, let's finish the video and then we can talk about it.
So this proves that the current is
I promise we'll like have a full discussion.
Can collapse. But everything we've been talking about happened during an ice age. What about the
by looking at the ice sheet that has been frozen in Siberia for more than 1,500 years, and looking at the like different chemicals that are in that ice, looking at the different minerals and the layers above and below such, so you can figure it out. You know, like we know there's no ice sheet in Siberia. Okay, well then the ground. That still works. There's sediment is also how we study. If you have no ice, you look in the sediment. Ice is just easier to find, but sediment samples also do show levels of gases like methane, like carbon levels, like whether there's nutrients or not in the soil, like examples of past environmental outcomes, effects, changes. We live on a planet that's 4 billion years old. If you're smart and have modern technology, yes, you can do that.
When Earth was around this temperature.
See, look, we can tell. How long ago?
An ice age. What about the last
150,000 years ago? Yes, we know what temperature it was. We've known this for like more than 2 decades. This is like Bill Nye the Science Guy when I'm in like elementary school kind of shit.
When Earth was around this temperature. Well, 128,000 years ago, the Earth was 1 to 2 degrees warmer than pre-industrial times, which is a similar temperature to today, maybe slightly warmer.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good comparison to today's.
Like you're just being anti-science or empiricist right now. We have data. There's studies on it. There's so many studies on it.
Climate. Remember the cold blob that climate models say shouldn't exist?
So
Well, it's there today because so much ice is melting in Greenland.
Sorry, Greenland. I said North. I said the North Pole. It was Greenland. My bad.
Winds up in the North Atlantic and makes the ocean less salty. And that salt is what drives the northern leg of the AMOC. Lighter, fresher water doesn't sink. It floats, blocking the overturning current and cooling the surface temperature.
Let's listen to it again. Why there's only like that one blob? Because A, from Greenland, not from the poles. That makes a difference. But also
North Atlantic and makes the ocean less salty. And that salt is what drives the northern leg of the AMOC. Lighter, fresher water doesn't sink. It floats, blocking the overturning current and cooling the surface temperature. So researcher Mohammed Azad decided to see if that cold blob existed during the last interglacial because he wanted to understand the consequences.
We found a warming hole during the last interglacial period. And this has very important implications for our understanding of the sensitivity of the system.
He analyzed marine sediment from the ocean floor to understand the salinity and temperature of the northern Atlantic during the last interglacial.
We found significant cooling associated with freshening and slowing down of the deep water formation in the North Seas. Warming climate and subsequent melting of ice could slow down the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation.
Mohammed found a slowdown or weakening of a critical part of the AMOC during the last interglacial after a blob formed. So what does that
Hey, doesn't matter. Welcome,
during
welcome.
the last interglacial, the cold blob was bigger than ours today.
I was going to talk about this earlier. Since fresh water is pushed into the ocean, it messes with marine life. It's a lot of sea life is going to go extinct in our lifetimes. Well, I mean, yes, a lot of sea life is going to go extinct in our lifetimes. Whether this like happened or not, it would. But yeah, I mean, we're fucking up the planet, guys. First off, we've been killing how many species go extinct per year? Let me look that up real quick. I think it's on the thousands.
But the planet was a bit warmer. Under our current greenhouse gas trajectory, we're likely to see temperatures close to 3 degrees above pre-industrial times by 2100. So if we warm a full degree Celsius above the last interglacial, we melt more ice and
scientists estimate that 100 to 10,000 species from microscopic organisms to large plants and animals go extinct per year. Yeah, we covered the coral reefs as well. Like, they're fucked.
Or even
capitalism kills everything, guys.
The fact that the AMOC is going to be slowing down is really what we'd expect based on simple
Really, it's a
climate
death
statistics.
cult.
That's not
It's
the
just a
question
really
here.
long-term
It's really
one.
a question of how much is it going to slow down and how quickly, because that's going to determine the human impact.
The history of this current shows how likely an AMOC slowdown or collapse really is. But there is some hope here. The last interglacial period, which is much more comparable to our current climate than the last ice age, probably saw an AMOC slow down rather than a full collapse. So whether the AMOC slows down or reaches a tipping point and collapses may very well depend
I covered
on
it
how much
already
we warm the planet
the other
with fossil
day.
fuel
I don't
emissions
need to
in the next
Google
few
it.
decades.
The reason we're trying to keep warming...
First of all, okay, Fox, do you have a degree in environmental science? Are you fucking kidding me? It's dying again because we're making it. I live in Australia. Do you think you know more than about the Great Barrier Reef than I do? Do you really? Why do you climate activists care so much? Yes, the reef recovered for the brief period of time where our emissions went down. Guess what they're about to do? Go straight the fuck back up, way past where they ever were. And what does that do? It continues warming, and the reefs die from it warming. Yes, because of COVID. That's why, Fox. It's because of COVID. Because of the lack of emissions that happened during COVID. And also, you know, prior to COVID, when Obama was president and we were part of the Paris Climate Accords, and we actually at least even just tried a little bit, and then it all got fucked from there. I'm telling you, they're fucked. The reefs ebb and flow, but the trend is their rapid destruction. Exactly. Look at a long-term trend.
Below 1.5
You know what?
or 2
I'll do
degrees is exactly these tipping points. As we exceed those 2 degrees, the chances of hitting one of those tipping points really grows, and we could hit these unexpected, catastrophic, sudden changes that we want to avoid at all costs.
Although a weakening of the AMOC may be reversible, there would still be far-reaching impacts. It would get colder in Europe, and the monsoons would shift, but if we lower our warming, the AMOC could turn back on within a few decades. However, a full collapse would leave the AMOC in its off mode for hundreds or thousands of years. One thing's for certain, we must lower our carbon emissions to prevent negative impacts like changes in temperature, storm patterns, rainfall.
We need 7 more COVIDs and 2 more plagues. Well, thank God you have Robert F. Kennedy. You know what COVID not do? It didn't slow down the warming, because it takes a lot more than that. You cutting emissions and stop like industry, sure, that contributes to a little bit of a space for the reefs and the water, but that's not enough. What, a year and a half? You think you can create like a noticeable difference in global climate when it takes decades for it to go up by like 1? And also, China is leading in cutting emissions because they're growing their renewable industry, and I've talked about how mad I am about that. America should be the leader of green energy. We should have, like, if Al Gore had won, we would be the ones selling the entire world solar panels and wind farms. Yeah, exactly. We dump shit into the ocean. Do you know CO2 distributes the atmosphere in various ways? Yes, I'm well aware of how this works. He's a godsend, and H1N1 will save us. Well, I mean, you know, polio too, you know, he does want to get rid of the polio vaccine, if you had forgotten. Whatever. It's a ridiculous argument to make that human activity is not warming the earth. The fact that, like, I'm talking about climate denial right now boggles my mind. America is the only place on earth where we have like this issue. Nobody else in the world is this brain rotted that they think that there isn't human impact on the changing of the climate. In another universe, Al Gore won and the Koch bros went to prison. I wish I lived in that universe. Instead, I live in the universe where every goddamn right-wing, every goddamn liberal democracy in the world is being systematically torn apart by the right wing. They are bringing Trudeau up to a no confidence vote, which, you know, this just happened in France, and this just happened in one other country we covered. Just a few, like, just no confidence votes, just being ousting fucking Democrats that are, or sorry, not Democrats, liberal democracies in favor of right-leaning authoritarian governments. Just kind of piss me off. And And some good news, though. We found that your gut health has a link to Alzheimer's. So, essentially, Arizona State, chronic gut infection caused by a common virus and the development of Alzheimer's disease in a subset of people. So this isn't most people, but having a specific gut infection can produce this outcome. And us discovering that makes really, really good, because you know what you can do for gut infections? You can treat them before they turn into Alzheimer's. I think that's excellent. Okay, I have an hour and a half left before I have to go, so you know what? We're going to talk about Australia now.
Here's why.
Because we also have our election coming up very, very soon. Now, what did you guys say? Polio was eradicated in the United States. Not everywhere else. Polio's on the rise in Gaza, and polio actually is back in the US. How many cases of polio in the US last year? We had 6 in 2022. 6 cases. Brought by travelers, but what they're going to do with the anti-vax shit is, like, they're not going to ban the vaccine. I've talked about this. They're going to make you're going to not get have health insurance anymore. They're going to cut Medicare, Medicaid. They're going to make vaccines expensive, and then they're going to make them like, you know how you need to get your measles, mumps, rubella, polio shot before you can go to school as a children? Well, they're going to make that a suggestion rather than a requirement, which will lead to much less people getting vaccinated because it's also, like, expensive. And therefore, more people will get that. It's a problem. You'll mostly be fine if you're vaccinated, unless you didn't get chickenpox as a kid, because that's rubella, like me. That one I'm particularly worried about, because that one can fuck you up. But aside from that, you can thank RFK for it. Welcome back, Sean's Corner. And NetFox, not today, but also you can Google that. It's, you know, it's not really difficult to learn how we use soil sampling to look at, like, historical records of Earth's environmental past, as well as just archaeology in general. I'm talking about Australia. We're going to talk about the nuclear energy plan again. One more time. Like, I've talked about this already, and a lot of you do understand that this is stupid, but it really, I need to double down on this real bad. The snow out there is so bad. My hair is literally glittery from the snow right now. Shit, I forgot. Yeah, it's cold over there in the States today, and that.
Why Peter Dutton's nuclear power plan is an unrealistic fantasy. Everyone knows that the days of fossil fuel energy production in Australia are limited. So now the coalition's trying to win the upcoming election by arguing that rather than investing in readily available renewable energy sources, we should start constructing a nuclear power system from scratch.
You know what? Sorry, this is The Guardian, and I like this like, this is the nice video, but let's just go into it, like, and be real, all right? First off, Friendly Jordies knows more than me on Australian politics. Secondly, he's funnier than me. And I've already talked at length and expressed my opinions on this subject, so I don't feel as bad about doing this.
Ideas. It's a supermarket at the beginning of COVID. Right, but that doesn't count for likes and comments saying I'm right, because it's opposite day, and that statement's now opposite. And any attempt to debunk that logic is an admission that you're gay. That's right. Who's the real king of debate? This comment section ain't a marketplace of ideas. It's a supermarket at the beginning of COVID. There's only one roll of toilet paper left, and it's mine.
I love that Jim Oba comes in right when we're talking about that.
Scramble for
Perfect
that one
timing.
Toilet paper. Without it,
How's it feel to be gay?
You're going to be covered in shit forever. So, now that you know to shut the fuck up, let's begin. Why nuclear power is bad, using scenes from The Simpsons as proof.
God, I love Friendly Jordies.
Oh, fuck, so dangerous. Oh, why would you leave that there? Why, that's
Yeah, it's not like we're all a bunch of queers.
We don't want that in Australia. Triggered nuke simps. Well, I'm convinced. But unfortunately, Peter Dutton, the leader of Australia's opposition party, isn't. And he's campaigning.
Look, again, this guy just looks evil, doesn't he? Well, not, that black and white picture was
Peter Dutton, the leader of
really
Australia's
unjust. In this, he looks evil. You can just look at somebody and tell that they hate you. They fucking hate you, man. Again, this guy, just like in America, works for the rich, works for the wealthy, works for the capital class. They don't work for you. They don't care about you. They don't want to help you. This nuclear power plant will raise the average, like, Australians' electricity bill prices. What this will do is mean that you have to pay money to the coal companies for another 10 to 15 years. And then at the end of that, if they even fucking manage to do what they're saying that they're going to do, even though it's going to cost an ungodly sum of money, and end with higher electricity prices than when you started off with, that's what they want to do to you in Australia. That's what this man wants to do. They fucking hate you. It would be so much easier. Again, just invest in building green energy. We have a lot of workers in Australia that are tradies, that are builders, that are looking for jobs, that live in major cities where there is a housing crisis. You just subsidize the building of smaller communities slightly out from these cities. Australia is the size of the United States with a population smaller than that of Florida, or maybe, yeah, smaller than that of Florida, 23 to 26 million. And so much space, just flat land of sun and wind. Pay for these people to build themselves some houses, build a little community, some shops, and then have them get to keep their job because they get to now live in the house they built, and they get to build solar and wind farms next to their house. They get to stay there and continue their job of maintenance, the batteries, etc. We have the people. They need these jobs. This would make your energy bill cheaper. This would cost less. This would take at most 2 years to fully integrate into the grid. Yeah, that makes too much sense, so we can't do it, obviously. I've said this the first time I laid out that plan was 6 months ago. That video got mogged by the right in the likes on YouTube. They hated it, but not a single person made an argument for anything, A, even related to what I said, but B, something better.
Opposition party isn't, and he's campaigning on bringing nuclear power to Australia. To be honest, I think he's...
And I'm not anti-nuclear power, by the way. I'm not. In this case, it's a stupid decision to make.
Estimated the Fedora vote. Usually, I think the coalition are pretty good at culture wars and the politics of deceit, effectively messaging on non-issues, making issues out of nothing, or pretending that their position is the opposite of what they're actually doing. Usually,
I told you, it's the same everywhere.
Media, but also helps with Labor's single white female arc of imitating the failing US Democrats. You know how somehow the coalition looks like the party that's tough on immigration whilst letting in more immigrants than Labor did, and they also look like they're the better economic managers despite being quantifiably worse on every metric.
I wonder if you guys are seeing some parallels to wherever you live, because as I've said, it's the same fucking narrative with every one of these countries. The right wing all believe the same bullshit. I like nuclear, yeah, I do. I just don't think Australia needs it. Europe could use nuclear.
They also played the voice referendum.
If Germany managed to actually fucking do it rather than, you know, half-assing and failing it.
Metric. They also played the voice referendum amazingly. But despite what the comment section of this video might look like,
I mean, to be fair, I would get rid of private property, Captain Buggy. I am a socialist after all. In fact, after this video, I was going to go into more like Australia politics, but I can save that because I really want to read you guys a short little bit of theory.
Overplayed his hand with this.
It's very short, I promise. It's
and
like
the smarter
not
thing
long
to do would have been to be more honest and just continued on saying that fossil fuels are awesome without this smokescreen. He should have picked a different hyper online topic to bring in the boys, like railing against seed oils.
I don't have anything against fast food. I'm against food that has seed oils. When I was a kid, McDonald's was made with tallow fat. That was good for you. Your body needs that. It makes you healthy. Why aren't we making it with tallow fat again?
Isn't that sick? I am so happy that McDonald's cooking oil is now a legitimate political issue in the US. I mean, it's far more consequential than Dutton's nuclear policy. Because here's where I'm going to ruin your day. Jeez, I've been doing that a lot recently, hey. It's not going to happen. The coalition's whole nuclear policy is just a delaying tactic backed by the fossil fuel industry, who, along with Dutton,
it would take at least 15 years to build, by the way.
Just being all mine, baby, mine wasn't as palatable as it once was, and they needed a reason to keep coal in the grid for as long as possible while seeming like they were doing something about climate change. And having the government have a decade-long Twitch debate about nuclear power seems to be their best tactic, which could be the case. But the problem is Labor's Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, is a way better debate lord than the Liberal Shadow Minister Ted O'Brien. Chris Bowen is like if the intellect...
Lennon, I'm only okay with that if I get to be I get to be Lennon in this instance, because I am too autistic to be corrupted by money.
Better debate lord than the Liberal Shadow Minister Ted O'Brien. Chris Bowen is like if the intellect and charisma of Destiny had a baby with the humility and relatability of Vorsh. I'm telling you, he's that good. And Ted O'Brien, fuck. I mean, if Labor's single white female in the Democrats...
If you guys make me Lennon and we get the Vanguard Party, I give you all the right to execute me 1 year after I take power. Lenin was corrupted. We're gonna debate this at some point. But I think that Trotsky corrupted him and Capital corrupted him. I do also love the random shade at Destiny and the Vosh mention from an Australian like YouTuber. He's like met Hassan, and I think that's how he got dragged into American politics. I'd never heard him talk about it before that.
How the fuck does ScoMo feel about Ted O'Brien? It's uncanny. Imagine looking at ScoMo and deciding, that's who I want to look like. Awful starting place for the Libs, because they're going to need to do a lot of
Remember, the Libs here are the Conservatives.
Particularly popular policy. Even a lot of the Spurgs that like the idea of nuclear power, they're not too keen on living near a reactor. And chicks fucking hate nuclear power. If the Libs really wanted to sell this policy, they'd need a better shadow minister to win the girls over, such as Luigi Mangione. I mean, at least get Ted O'Brien to shoot a healthcare exec so he's got something to work with. At the moment, I don't think this...
See, he can make jokes like that because he's had his house firebombed and had to go to court, and lost to an MP because you get... So, by the way, if you get sued by a government official here, nothing they say in Parliament can be used in a court of law. That's parliamentary privilege. He can say this because, I don't know, he's big enough and they already hate him. I can't say shit like that.
Who's going to be able to successfully...
Also, YouTube won't, get mad at you for that, but Twitch will.
...work with. At the moment, I don't think this creep is going to be able to
successfully... The censorship on this site is insane. Have a lovely night, Iodine and Borderline.
...are both wrong when their recent Gen Cost report found that nuclear is by far the most expensive form of energy and renewables are by far the cheapest. That is a tough case to argue, especially when the man arguing it is some middle manager from Ronald McDonald House charity and up against, I don't know how many people are at the CSIRO and AEMO. Normally, I'd say the whole trust the expert thing is lame and it's much more spiritually fulfilling to just go off gut instinct, but with nuclear in particular, I think it's a good idea to trust the experts.
Yeah, I would say
so. The Liberals are proposing we spend a third of a taxpayer $1 trillion for 7 nuclear plants.
By the way, again, our budget's not America. That's a lot more money for Australia.
Again, all the more reason for Dutton to have found a better spurgy wedge. Put tallow back in the French fries. At least then Ted's somewhat qualified to talk about it. And not just because he works there, but look at him!
Oh, by the way, our former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, shit himself in a bathroom, in a McDonald's bathroom in Sydney. And that's like a meme from Australia that I felt the need to share with you.
Up on seed oils if I ever saw one! Must be the seed oils that are creating a homogenous
Lost so true.
50-something-year-old middle manager phenotype. And this whole debate framing isn't a joke either. Home brand Howard and Bowen, they actually had a debate on the ABC's 7:30 report. Fuck! Even the ABC knows that this is a debate lord topic. Safe to say, Chris Bowen came armed with fact and logic. Watch this.
Idina Menzel was a much less interesting Elphaba than Cynthia Erivo's Elphaba. And Cynthia Erivo has pipes on her. I mean, she can really, really belt. She can really sing.
Oh, sorry, wrong video. But honestly, still a better wedge issue for Dutton to campaign on.
I asked there whether or not CSIRO has the expertise. I know that you think CSIRO do, but what CSIRO does, what is your response to Gen Cost today and that finding on nuclear?
Well, my response, Sarah, is that I don't believe I know better than the CSIRO, Australia's premier scientific agency, and AEMO, who runs our grid. Ted thinks he does know better. That's the key difference.
The one thing that I am hopeful for Australia is that we're not as brain rotted into not believing in reality and science as much as the Americans are. So I'm hoping that the liberals run like an American Republican style election campaign, because that won't work here. Not right now, not this year. It has a chance, but we're not there yet.
Difference between us, and I don't agree that the CSIRO is not qualified. They are one of the world's most respected.
Anyone that's arguing about climate effects, I want to see at least one citation from each of you.
Scientific organisations, and you know, when they brought their report out last year, Ted, as is his perfect right, I went to them and said, I think you've got it wrong about how long nuclear reactors last and how often they're used, their capacity factor. And the CSIRO and AEMO, to their credit, have listened to Ted, run the numbers on his suggestions, and found that his criticisms have no basis in evidence, and it doesn't change the costs.
Such an unfair advantage. Bowen has all the evidence on his side.
The left exists outside of America, true, but the left in Australia is pretty, the left here doesn't exist. It is too decentralized. There is no central, like, apparatus, and we infight so much more than, like, I have an easier time talking to a Republican than I do to a leftist in Australia.
His gut is right,
that scares me.
CSIRO are wrong. What's he going to come up with?
You'll see the modelling over the next week from the coalition. And the capital costs of the CSIRO...
Where's those citations I asked for, Netflix and Lost Soap? I just want one from each of you. I just want to know that you two are debating with facts rather than opinions. Just one. You can continue. I don't care what it is. Some facts.
Reasonable. Okay.
Put it there.
But
And that's
what
the
you won't
cost
see
to build nuclear reactors.
Next of a kind, the modern larger plants. What is different from the CSIRO is, as they themselves say, they do not model the total system.
Yeah, there's no problem with nuclear energy. I'm not against nuclear energy. In fact, I think Europe does need nuclear energy. I just think that Germany fucked it up. I think Australia has no need for nuclear energy, and it is stupid to use it here when we have expansive space with solar panels and wind farms.
Cost. Our focus...
I don't want you to cite me anything. I want you to cite to the person you're arguing with who is lost soap. I just want each of you to provide one piece of, like, academic data that you are basing your arguments off of. I don't give a fuck. No, a picture will not suffice. I want data. Science. Go find a science article someone with a PhD wrote and use that, or shut the fuck up. I don't care about people's opinions about the climate unless you can read a PhD paper at the very least, all right? The bar is too low. Watching a YouTube video does not make you a climate scientist, but at the very least, I want to see some engagement based on facts and reality. Logic, too.
As a coalition is on getting prices down. You must calculate the total
And true,
system
Sean's
cost,
corner. We could have gone
because that's
either
what
way.
hits your bill at home. And for
Okay,
everyone
yeah,
who
I don't
is
care.
at home,
I just want you guys to provide like one piece of evidence while you two argue with each other. That's it. That's it. Just one. And in America, like I said, America should be the leading exporter of green energy in the world. We should be the ones making all the solar panels, the wind farm production, like pieces, the batteries. We could have done this decades ago. But now China gets to be the lead exporter, so.
Chris can say all he likes, I can say all I like, but they can't deny their own lived experience. Power bills now in Australia are among the highest in the world.
Oh, okay. Don't trust the CSIRO's levelised cost of electricity modelling. Trust the Liberal Party's analysis that wasn't even released at the time of this debate, that they just released on a Friday in mid-December. Sure, that was a coincidence. Modelling that took about a quarter of a day to be completely debunked. Like, just put aside your thoughts on nuclear power for a second. Let's just all agree that if we're going to go down that path, we can't be led by a political party that can't do basic maths. According to economist Stephen Hamilton...
Basic math really is kind of important when you're running a country.
Most of the savings that nuclear apparently adds from the Liberals' system cost analysis are actually just from slowing the renewables transition down and keeping coal power plants on, that we've already paid for.
The claimed cost reductions over 2025 to 2051 are not driven primarily by nuclear being cheaper than firmed renewables, but by already sunk coal-fired generation being cheaper than the new firmed renewables. This is stuff we've already paid for. We're just making it back now. We were for a while until very recently, and very recently means that, well, I mean, like 50 to 40 years ago is when the bourgeoisie bought America. Again, like, I wish I could play George Carlin on this channel so bad sometimes.
For going for longer. That's why he wants system cost analysis, so he can hide the real cost of nuclear with the sunken cost of coal. Huh. It's almost like this is just a way to put coal on life support for the next 25 years. Again...
Alright, just really quickly, I need you guys to really understand. First of all, I'm not going to read this whole thing again. I've read it on stream before, but I need you to know that the people who are smart enough to sit around at the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're being fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 years ago is not what they want to produce. And this was, by the way, 20 years ago, 50, so they don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers, people who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and are dumb enough to passively accept the increasingly shittier jobs, the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, and the end of overtime, the vanishing pensions that disappears the minute you go to collect it, and now they're coming for your Social Security money. 20 years ago, by the way. They want your retirement money, they want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street, and you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big fucking club. And by the way, it's the same club they use to beat you over the head all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day, beating you over the head in the media, telling you what to believe, what to think, what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means, continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners of this country count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Fucking 20 years ago.
All the more reason I'd respect these guys more if they just said, let's keep coal. So much less nerdy and gay and yeah.
A little TMI? Don't be a baby. Come on, man. It's a... They are fucking you, Kiss and Co. They're just not doing it sexually. They're just stealing everything from you. If you watch this stream from the beginning, if you live in America, your tax money paid for socialism for CEOs. You paid for group therapy for CEOs. The mayor of New York is talking about how we need to be nicer and how the CEOs are traumatized because of the positive reaction to Luigi Mangione. They get their own private little fucking police force, their own private hotline to call into. Fuck them. Wait, my favorite TikTok, delusional flat earther, Trump took that quote from George Carlin. It's the, yeah, literally, they stole, I mean, George Carlin, by the way, was not like a Democrat. I'm not even sure he was a leftist. He seemed more of like a nihilist, but he was like, people have been co-opting his messaging for quite a while. CEO traumatized. Oh, you didn't see that. Here, I'll link it for you while we finish the video.
Cheaper than nuclear. Then Ted O'Brien goes on to talk about lived experience and high power bills.
There you go, Kizingo.
At least he's taken some inspiration from Luigi Mangione on something.
Completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience.
But still, not great when you have to resort to the same argument that Hassan Minhaj used to justify inserting himself into fake heroic situations as part of his stand-up. Because here's another issue with the modelling, again pointed out by Hamilton. It assumes nuclear power.
Yeah, the right pretend that that Carlin would be a right-winger. I guarantee you he would not be. You know, if I could show you the kind of shit that this man said, like, I can't legally say some of his bits. Even if, like, even as a comedy bit, like if I changed the channel title to comedy, I could not say some of the things he said. This guy used to talk about how we should like crucify CEOs in the middle of Sunday night football and like decapitate them, have their heads roll down a slide and gamble on it. That's what he used to say. The right wing thought Zach DeLocha was a fucking conservative. You cannot make this shit up. They're delusional. I mean, they are delusional. They don't live in reality. It's the same everywhere. No matter what country you live in, the right wing doesn't believe in reality. Lovely freedom of speech.
Have an incredibly high capacity factor of 90%.
Speaking of freedom of
This is just a way of
speech,
basically saying that the proportion of energy nuclear will generate in relation to the maximum that it
I do
possibly
occasionally
could, it kind
get
of
risk
needs to be this
banned,
high in their modeling
so-
to justify the huge upfront costs.
Please hop to YouTube if you want to find my content in case I get banned. And if you're there, you can drop a like on the video too. That would be appreciated.
The problem is their modelling assumes nuclear will produce 38% of Australia's energy and renewables 54%, with wind and solar having a capacity factor of 36 and 26%. And the modelling does not take into account the amount of extra storage infrastructure needed to keep nuclear and renewables going at that high of a rate.
So they're literally just lying to you then.
In other words, it's shit modelling.
Yeah, no, so that's not even shit modeling. That's an outright, like, okay, it completely ignores the modeling and assumes extraordinarily high capacity for nuclear of 90% despite 38% of electricity coming from nuclear, 54% from renewables. This implies nuclear is prioritized to generate near maximum at all times, but then renewables must be forced to serve only as residual demand regardless of whether or not the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, pushing down their capacity factor. Yet the modeling assumes high renewable capacity factors of 26% for solar, 36% for wind. The real smoking gun is the fact that these capacity factors do not change with the introduction of nuclear producing 38% of generation, nearly 24/7. You might imagine storage could soak up surplus energy, but the modeling assumes far less storage with nuclear, but with a similar capacity factor. This is just them openly lying to you about like how useful nuclear is.
Right.
Comparably in this scenario.
It's shit modelling based off
Sabine Hossenfelder, I'm not a fan, but occasionally I have seen her do some good work. There's just been times where I've disagreed, times where she's been worthy, you know? Not everyone's right all the time. I feel like I'm probably like an idiot occasionally as well.
pretending large parts of reality aren't real, as you'd expect from the coalition, of course. And retrospectively, it makes O'Brien's point about the system cost analysis even dumber. Anyway, listen to this.
At the moment, renewable investment dwarfs nuclear investment by 27 times. So the world is investing 27 times more in solar and wind and renewables than in nuclear. We're adding more solar and wind capacity every couple of weeks than is added in nuclear capacity all year. So the direction of travel around the world is very, very clear. And also when you look at international experience, there's no nuclear...
Not always, because it's a different kind of nuclear, like the things you need to produce nuclear energy in a reactor to power homes does not necessarily, like if you have all of that, that doesn't mean you can produce nuclear weapons. There are different isotopes that are required. You know, we can do like a whole thing on nuclear energy. There's quite a lot of interesting stuff out there. A lot of people are misinformed on the subject. Even on like something like nuclear waste, for example, you imagine it as these like big barrels of glowing green liquid, but they're really just like tiny little pellets in a tube. Powerful Fingers 123 Australia also have unlimited land. Yeah, exactly. I talked about this at length. We don't need nuclear energy here. We can fix several problems at once. Powerful Finger, you're in Australia, are you not? Yes, are you in Australia? Can you provide me with a criticism of what I've laid out in a better plan to Duds? We have a lot of people that are from countries that are not Australia, that are tradies. Oh, you live in Balkan. Oh, then never mind. I want an Australian in here to answer me that question. I want to say it again, and I want one to tell me anything wrong with it. I know it was a long time ago, but she was brought up, and it was a huge rant, The Bad Place, about how Kathy Hochul fucked over Buffalo. I mean, Kathy Hochul did fuck over Buffalo. She's about to fuck over New York as well. In general, she's going to bend the knee to everything Trump wants and will provide no resistance. New York will go blue. Sorry, will go red next election.
Reactors under construction in the United States. The one that was closest, which Ted's talked about a lot, NuScale, was cancelled last year because of a 70% cost blowout. There is one in the United Kingdom, Hinkley C, which is running about 12 years late and is costing $92 billion Australian. 92 billion. Now, I don't believe that Australia should go down that road. I believe in an Australian energy system for Australian circumstances designed by Australian experts.
Yeah. Energy is expensive right now.
Yeah, listen to the experts seems to be like the way to go, but I feel like the fuck that we even have to talk about this, even in this country where people are not as brain dead. PPG, what's up? I haven't seen you in a bit. Welcome, welcome.
But that's not because of renewables. It's because everything's expensive everywhere in the world, and that's not going to be sorted by putting Reddit in charge of the grid. It most certainly won't be sorted.
I mean, look, I have said, if you guys want to fuck off out of America, there is a way for you to live in Australia for a year, get a visa, get healthcare even. And it's all you have to do is work on a farm for 2 months. Now, ironically, one more thing about Australia that I want to show you before I read you some theory, but this is going to really piss you Americans off. Because this is about healthcare, and they've been killing like the public healthcare system here as well, slowly. Not anywhere near as quickly as they have been in the UK, but this is good news, and this is what we do in Australia when
Thank you so much for your time. What were you hoping to get out of the inquest process?
I was hoping to get some accountability. For the people that did what they did to come forward and admit that they
accountability for a healthcare system after 5-year-old dies.
Did wrongdoing, admit that they were willfully blind towards Rosalia and just be honest. Just be honest. I mean, Rosalia was a sick little girl that no one bothered to take care of that evening. And I'm not just talking that evening, I'm talking about a whole process I'm talking about 60 hours. Because firstly, we did take her to CARMS, which is in the hospital grounds.
You can't make nuclear weapons without plutonium-239, and I very much doubt that Canada is selling America plutonium-239.
So me presuming that they would send us straight to emergency that night, but they just sent us home. The doctor sent us home with letting us know she had a virus. So, and she didn't even get called up into the inquest to give her evidence or anything like that. So I just find that it's just a long process, and I was expecting more from the coroner's inquest, but I'm left empty-handed.
Canberra Health Services insist it's made a lot of changes. They say if a case like Rosalia's came in today, there would be a completely different...
Oh, look, a 5-year-old died because the healthcare system fucked up, and what did we do? We made changes to it. You can use uranium-235 as an isotope. Well, I mean, yes, as well, but those are not the two that you use for energy production, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, there's a difference in what chemicals are used to produce energy versus used as weapon production. I'm looking for a good video on the subject. There's a few good creators. Yeah, it doesn't sell plutonium, but they do prepare the uranium. Yeah, well, uranium is used generally. It's just, I'm not an expert. Let me find a video of an expert, and then we'll listen to that after this.
Do you accept that? Does that give you any comfort?
I don't accept that because they still don't have specialist care. They would also have to be transferred to Sydney, so you're waiting for the helicopter to come again. There's just too much time that goes by in hospital. You're there waiting for a doctor, for a specialist, for something. Essentially, Rosalia's life was on a post-it note that got missed. Why are we writing test results on post-it notes? And I feel that Canberra Hospital
I feel like that's a pretty big fucking... Why the fuck?
Changes, and they haven't caught up yet to make those changes. So I don't feel like they're telling the truth in that retrospect either.
Do you feel that the inquest's focus was too narrow?
I do, yes, because essentially human beings run a system. A system doesn't run itself. You need to act on you need to enter the data into the system. So someone is running the system. So doctors and nurses aren't following procedure. The system's not going to work, is it?
Have you heard from Canberra Health Services or the ACT government since the hand down of the findings?
I have had an email from Rachel Stephen-Smith inviting me to a meeting which I'm not ready to take. Just to offer condolences, I suppose.
This is a stark difference to me in how we treat, I don't know, healthcare here versus America. I mean, in America, there's people out there so angry, so ignored that they're committing violence, and then we call them terrorists. Whereas here, at least we try to even pretend to give a shit. I don't know. All right, on nuclear power. Now, this guy is a little cringe, but I think this will do with a decent explanation of A, generally how nuclear energy production works, and B, the different kinds of isotopes that are used, what happens to the waste, etc. So we'll find out about that. But first, theory. I want to read you this. This is called What is Libertarian Socialism by Uli Daimer. It was written in 1997. This, by the way, is my political ideology, at least at the moment. But we call ourselves libertarian socialists. But why the adjective? Why libertarian socialism? Is libertarian socialism any different from socialism as it is generally understood? The problem and the reason for the adjective is that there exists no definition of socialism that is generally understood. The dilemma of socialism today is, first of all, the dilemma of the meaning of socialism. Because the term has been applied to such an all-encompassing range of persons, parties, philosophies, states, social systems, often completely antagonistic to each other, that the very term socialism has become virtually meaningless. There are more variations of socialism currently in existence than there are varieties of soup on the supermarket shelves. Most socialist parties with the correct line, then religious sects with a monopoly on salvation. Most of the Earth's people are now governed by states calling themselves socialists, states displaying among themselves the familiar antagonisms usually held by the hallmarks of capitalist imperialism, as well as every other kind of social system presently in existence, from declining tribalism to advanced industrialism. Can there be any meaning worth salvaging in a label that has been claimed by Kautsky and Lenin and Mao and Brezhnev and Gandhi and Hitler? Gandhi was a socialist? Okay. By Ed Broadbent, by Karl Marx. Does the term connote anything more than just good to its proponents, bureaucratic or bad to its enemies? The temptation is strong to abandon the label entirely, to adopt some new term that indicates what kind of social change we propose, but to do this we would be attempting to sidestep a problem that cannot really be avoided, for the terminological confusion is not accidental, nor is it merely a matter of words. It is rooted in the fact that the dominant social system acts always to integrate that which it cannot destroy. Movements, ideas, even words, therefore destroys them by precisely integrating them, by claiming them. It denies that the very possibility of an alternative exists and proves that this impossibility by absorbing the alternative and emptying it of its meaning, by adopting new forms of language and creating the illusion of choice and change while perpetuating the same essential relations of domination. You can see this exact thing at play in the fact that libertarians today are thought of as right-wingers. The fact that, how many times have you guys seen someone comment like in chat when I say I'm a libertarian socialist? That's an oxymoron. That's an incoherent ideology. It's because of this. It's specifically because the systems, the dominant social systems, have taken the word, have co-opted it, and made it something else. Since the main challenge to capitalism has always come from that which called itself socialism, it is hardly surprising that capitalist social relations have survived in half the world by calling themselves socialist. Socialism has become another name for capitalism, another form of capitalism. In victory, socialism has been more totally buried than it ever would have been in defeat. Capitalism has dissolved the socialist alternative by stealing away its name, its language, its dreams, and we want to take it back, for without words there can be no concepts, and where there is no language of freedom there can be no dream of liberation. Consequently, we cannot simply abandon terminology like socialism and arbitrarily invent new labels. To do so would be futile, both because any new term would be similarly sucked dry if they acquire popular recognition, and because the existing language of freedom refers to meanings in history that must be recovered from those who now suppress them by laying claim to them. Words such as socialism, revolution, democracy, freedom do contain within themselves a critique of the existing order. That critique can be realized by reconquering it and giving it new life, which is why freedom is something that I talk about a lot. Democracy and revolution can have varying different connotations, as obviously this was written more than 20 years ago. We can change, more than 20 years ago. We can pick up some of the words that they use, that they cling to. Patriot is one. They cling to the word patriot and use it to virtue signal to themselves. Slightly less, my bad. Math hard, okay? But we should start using those terms. Tim Walz was a great example of this. We called him a patriot. He wore the camo hat, etc., etc., etc. You would just be a libertarian if the likes of Milton Friedman didn't corrupt the term and result in a bunch of Americans calling themselves libertarian. Yeah, well, libertarianism started from this point right here, from a combination of socialism and anarchism, picking bits and pieces from both, from other ideologies as well, and figuring out something that kind of works. I mean, we've talked about this a lot here. For this reason, we start with the term socialism and precede it with the adjective libertarian, which begins to elaborate that term, which simultaneously makes it a new term by differentiating it from all other forms of socialism. Perhaps most important, the adjective libertarian raises question in the minds of those who encounter it, whereas the term socialist by itself tends to let itself be taken for granted, to act as an uninteresting vessel which each person fills with their own preconceived biases. That's 100% true. I mean, like, just saying that you're a socialist gets you flagged by the woke filter these days, but we need to take those words back from them. We need to break that filter by taking their words from them. I don't know. Co-opt some of the right's language is all. I've been saying this for months now. By raising questions, the term libertarian socialism initiates that the first step in the process of criticism must be applied equally to capitalism and to socialism as it's generally understood. This process of criticism has not yet yielded any finished results that can be presented as a comprehensive picture of libertarian socialism. Indeed, the very concept of critique stands in opposition to the idea of having finished results. What is presented here are some beginnings, some themes for elaboration, and most of the ideas presented here are not new, but neither are they generally accepted. What is implied by libertarian socialism? Give me a second, I need to stretch. The idea that socialism is first and foremost about freedom, and therefore about overcoming the domination, repression, alienation that block the free flow of human creativity, that thought and action that we do not equate socialism with planning, with state control or nationalization of industry, although we understand that in a socialist society, not under socialism, there's a large distinction there, economic activity will be collectively controlled, managed, planned, and owned. Similarly, we believe that socialism will involve equality, but we do not think that socialism is equality, for it is possible to conceive a society where everyone is equally oppressed. We think that socialism is incompatible with one-party states, with constraints on freedoms of speech, with an elite exercising power on behalf of the people, with leader cults, with any other device in which a society seeking to portray itself as a new society. This is heavy theory, but it's very short. It's almost at the end. Look, realistically, I can just sum up my ideology in just saying any system of authority, power, domination, control should have to justify its legitimacy to those that it controls, and otherwise it should be dismantled. That's it. That's it. And they're the ones that you don't have to give them guidelines of what is justifiable. They have to do their best, and they either pass or they fail, period. an approach to socialism that incorporates cultural revolution, women's and children's liberation, not in the Maoist sense, and the critique and transformation of daily life, as well as the more traditional concerns of socialist politics. A politics that is completely revolutionary because it seeks to transform all of reality. We do not think that capturing the economy and the state lead automatically to the transformation of the rest of social being, nor do we equate liberation with changing our lifestyles and our heads. Capitalism is a total system that invades all areas of our life. Socialism must be the overcoming of capitalist reality in its entirety, or it is nothing. This is not Maoism. Libertarian politics concerns itself with the liberation of the individual because it is the collective, and with the collective liberation because it's individualistic. The liberation of you helps your community, while the liberation of your community in turn helps you. Comrade Lenin had a great take. If the public support isn't authoritarian, therefore it can be, what? If the public supports it, it isn't authoritarian and therefore it can be libertarian. You think that this, well, so not on libertarianism alone, but I've literally talked about this on stream, like in debate form. You want to come and put your mic on and talk to me about it? You think I'm a fascist? Being a socialist is not an intellectual thing, a matter of having the right ideas or the right approach. It's a matter of the way you lead your life. A politics that is revolutionary because in the works of Marx and Engels, revolution is necessary, not because the ruling class cannot be overthrown any other way, but because the class overthrowing it it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. Because revolution is a collective process of self-liberation, because people and societies are transformed through struggle, not by decree, therefore the emancipation of the working class can only be achieved by the working class themselves, not by a Leninist vanguard, not by a socialist state or any other agent acting on their behalf. The conception that of the left as not separate from society but as part of it, we of the left are people who are subjected to social oppression like everyone else, who struggle for socialism because our own liberation is possible only when all of society is liberated. We seek to bring others to our socialist project, not to do them a favor, but because we need their help to achieve our own liberation. Cohen-Bendit's comment that it is for yourself that you make the revolution, it is not an individualistic position, but the key to a truly collective politics based on the joy and promise of life instead of self-sacrifice that's often the radical version of the white man's burden. We of the left see ourselves as equal participants in the struggle, not as anointed leaders of it. We put forward our socialist vision as part of our contribution, but we do not think that our belief in socialism means that we have all the answers. We deal with people honestly, as equals, not presuming the right to dictate what they shall think or do, not presuming that we have nothing to learn from them. We have enough faith in our politics that we do not seek to manipulate people to our conclusions. Now, obviously, it's 97, now we kind of have to, because now we live in a fascist state. But as socialists, we form organizations with other people who share ideas. This is necessary and valid, but it represents a situation that we should continuously try and overcome, not one that we should ever accept and even institutionalize in the Leninist mode. Socialism implies not only the withering away of the state, but also the withering away of the left and its organizations as separate entities. Power in a socialist society must be exercised in ways allowing the participation of everyone, not only those belonging to given organizations. This must be pre-configured in the political forms of movements that emerge before the revolution. The ultimate goal of the left and its organizations must not be to rule society, but to abolish themselves. Do you think that's fascist, NetFox, what I just read? And Comrade Lenin is an expert on the topic. I disagree with the key part of Lenin's ideology, which is that we need a vanguard party. I think that we need collective liberation. The problem with the withering away of the state is you have to precondition everything before you get there. But yes, you have to meet those social conditions. Whomever controls, well, there should be no state. I don't believe, like, I believe in a stateless, classless, moneyless society as the outcome. You call this PPGism. Fair enough. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about Comrade Lenin in chat. I disagree with his fundamental, like, difference with me in that we have essentially the same ideas. It's just the way it's implemented that we disagree in. But again, this just needs to be done correctly. Again, this is not something we can achieve in my lifetime. I've talked about this. I've had Art, Lord Fluffy Art, come on here, and we've talked in like voice about it. I don't think this is something we can achieve in my lifetime. We can only work towards it. But we can build the systems required to get there. We need to liberate ourselves collectively. That is the only way. A moneyless society, a classless, stateless, moneyless society is entirely possible. I come at this from the anarchist perspective, so I heavily disagree with the idea that the states won't. Well, I don't think the state should exist. I think you need to work within the state. Like, I know from the anarchist side, that's kind of difficult, but I think gaining institutional power now and normalizing rhetoric of socialism, of libertarian socialism, of anarchist ideals, and normalizing people hearing these terms is important as a prerequisite before we can make any change. Hate to nag on this, but again, what's the difference you see between libertarian socialism and anarchism? I still believe in a kind of bureaucracy. But it really, I suppose it depends on who you ask. In my view of libertarian socialism that I outlined, I take parts of anarchism. And honestly, the ideal would be just people, like you just need to build up to anarchism, and you require some bureaucracy in the meantime, as well as these are systems that were built for a world that we no longer live in. You can still function in a, let's say, an international logistical trade system as a libertarian socialist society. You can still do this, and you would need a bureaucracy, but a bureaucracy that holds no power. A direct democracy, a bureaucracy that holds no actual power, and it exists only to communicate with the decentralized other smaller city-states, almost was the word that we used, just because for lack of a better word. Its purpose was only to increase cooperation between city-states, between neighboring city-states, between organization of aid when something is required. You need that communication aspect, but I don't think that they should really have any power. And I think direct democracy should be involved here. And again, on top of this, I still think that in my ideal society, any of you should be able to critique someone in power and require them to, I don't know, validate their power. I do believe anarchists such as Chomsky would believe in a kind of bureaucracy. Well, I think Chomsky as of now is technically either some form of anarchist, like a anarcho-syndicalist, or leans lib-soc as well. I still kind of like Chomsky's older stuff, though. It makes a difference. I don't really listen to Chomsky these days, but can a disempowered bureaucracy truly delegate a society? It doesn't need to. Why? I don't want it to delegate shit. All I want it to do is move information. That's it. That's it, is move information. And potentially divergent voices are perfectly fine in this system, because this is a system that would require prerequisites of cooperation. Just because there is a divergent voices does not mean a lack of cooperation in this outcome, because this would require systems implemented well before this. You can hide your fascism under libertarian facade. It's still just fascism, NetFox. Yeah, look, I really see fascism from you too, NetFox, as well. I hope that you can change a little bit. In a libertarian society, it's the people who delegate to the system, not the other way around. Exactly. We tell them what to do. They pass the message on. That's their only job as the bureaucracy. That's it. Nothing else. Just pass the message that we told them to. The most important component of socialist consciousness is critical thought. The thing that I get fascist ideology dripping out of the things that they say occasionally. Not that they are a fascist, sorry. It's most important is critical thought. The thing that I talk about all the time. Why do you think on Discord I've labeled myself the mother of critical thinking? It's because this is key. We need to learn, and by the way, before you can even get here, introspection and the ability to feel discomfort without reacting is also key. I do get a lot of like weird fashy, like sus shit coming out of you, though, Fox. We must learn to think about everything critically, to take nothing for granted. Nothing is given. Consequently, we do not want people to accept socialist ideas in the way that they now accept partially or completely bourgeois ideas. We want to destroy all uncritical acceptance of belief. I am indoctrinating all of you in one idea, and that is to never take any information and not question it. Never take anything uncritically from anybody. I disagree with you a little bit when it comes to the state and how it's ingrained, and it has become in our societies, but I also realize how retarded I am, and at debates, so Zara probably whipped my ass. I don't know. Look, honestly, my positions, I refuse to lock them down. You can make an argument, and I'd be happy to have one, and my mind can be changed. I don't know everything. Just like you, I must critically analyze information that I'm given. No, I'm not saying like anything in specific, Netflix. It's just occasionally. You know, I just get a little sussy from you. If you poop your pants, how long can you leave it before it gets weird? Immediately. From my subjective angle, the first rule of any kind of libertarianism is that theocracy bad. Well, I mean, true. Your stream reminds me of old school Vosh streams, minus the sexist stuff when he would debate and cover theory. That's funny. I like old school Vosh streams too. I liked that kind of Vosh as well. But I think the overall goal is slowly democratize the society and the state till it loses its power of how egalitarianism would become. I disagree that that's how we go about it. This is an interesting paper, by the way, and I'll link it for you guys in the chat if you'd like to read it again yourselves. But we need to think critically. We need to examine critically of the systems of society that lead to socialist conclusions. What is important is not simply the conclusions, but equally and even more so the methods of arriving here. We base ourselves on a heritage of Marxism. By the way, don't call yourself a Marxist. Your ideology should not be based on a person. Your ideology should be based on reality, factual data. Calling yourself a Marxist is... It just kind of, I don't know, whether or not you have right ideas or not, it just kind of feels cringe to me that you attach your ideals to the name of a person. Marx is not God. Marx was an anti-Semite and a misogynist as well, by the way. He didn't know everything. But, dude was a smart guy, had some good ideas. That's the thing. This does not mean we accept all the ideas of Marx, let alone those who claim to be his followers. Marxism is a point of departure for us, not our predetermined destination. We accept Marx's dictum that our criticisms must fear nothing, including its own results. Our debt to Marxism will be no less if we find that we have to go beyond it. I'm also anti-fan. I know. Sometimes you just say some sussy shit, but like, again, Netflix, we've covered this before. I've said on stream, the average person that's like even really average American, but the average person generally has some ideas that would not be out of place in like Lenin's cabinet, Mao's cabinet versus like liberal democracy versus working with Hitler. Most people believe something that would fit into all of these categories rather than one specific ideology that start to finish stays on the same track. That's not how we're taught to learn anyway these days. So like, I'm sorry if I came off a bit like I was being mean to you. I didn't mean to. You see that a lot in people, and it's, when someone calls himself a Marxist, I just assume that they mean they operate with a Marxist framework, and they're a normie socialist. Yeah, like they're a lib-soc to me. Look, listen, watch, read, think, form your own objective opinions based on your own beliefs, moral standings. Never form opinions on and ideas based on what the media says to you. Yes, exactly. I am the media. You gotta question me too. Mate, Fed posting. Come on. Trying to get me banned, Lennon? Nothing could be more foreign to us than traditional Marxist idea that all important questions have been answered. On the contrary, we have yet to formulate many of the important questions. We have to try and maintain a balance of theory and practice which seeks to integrate them, which recognizes that we must engage in both at all times. The center of gravity of our politics to be when we are not in the vicarious identification with struggles elsewhere. But solidarity work is important. If we cannot be the main focus of the main socialist movement, but it cannot, not we cannot, be the main focus of the socialist movement. Solidarity work is important, but collective liberation in every manner, and I don't mean this just like labor, I mean socially, culturally, economically, women's liberation, children's liberations, religious liberations, like ethnic liberation. Everyone needs to work together. And again, you can't do this kind of shit without building up to it first. We don't know if we'll win. History is made by human beings, and where human beings are concerned, nothing is inevitable. But because people do make history, and we know that it is possible to build a new world, then we strive to realize that possibility. There is only one reason for being a revolutionary, because it is the best way to live. PPG revolution? Depends, yeah, I might be down. I might be down. Marx was a smart guy, but get with it. He was writing nearly 200 years ago. Literally, yeah, exactly. When we're reading Marx, I always say regularly, you cannot take the information within capital and apply it directly to our modern society. This was written centuries ago. You can look at it, you can find what works, you can maybe change some systems around, but I mean, Marxism has become a pejorative in the last 8 years. They literally think that, like, people on the right don't know what Marxism is. I've seen posts about people casting Marxist spells. I'm not fucking kidding. Like, genuinely, hold on, let me see if I could just go on Twitter and just type in the word Marxist spell and see what comes up. They think we're doing witchcraft shit. Oh, thank God. Okay, it got better since pre-election, but every true Marxologist knows that this translates to more, and every honest Marxologist knows Marx and Engels knew exactly how to spell the N-word. That's funny. Okay, that was a little funny. This is true. They did definitely know that. Wait, is this Mark Cuban's manifesto? If only. If this was Mark Cuban's manifesto, he wouldn't be a billionaire. You know, being a libertarian socialist is the first step to becoming an ANCOM. Yeah, but I hate ANCOMs. Kropotkin has done some good work. And when I say I hate ANCOMs, I mean, I hate the ones that I've met online. Communist wizards. No, genuinely. I have seen this before. Let me actually try a little bit harder. Because, hold on. I'm sure I can find this. Casting Marx spells. Pretty sure I saw what was it? Tucker Carlson talking about it. But oh, by the way, Marxism is when you do cynical, purely symbolic liberal representations of politics. Fucking showing Nancy Pelosi. This is what people think Marxism is on the right, first of all. But hold on. God damn. Sorry, the system sounds very so loud. What the fuck? I would have the screen open for you guys, but there's some really fucked up shit on this Twitter feed. So like I can't even show this. Jesus Christ. Reminds me of the 90s satanic panic. They still love that kind of shit. That's probably a preamble to witch burnings. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure they'll burn me eventually. I would be disappointed if we did witch burnings and my ass didn't get burned. I would be kind of offended by that. If there's any other options than right and left, I'm thinking we go up and down from now on. Yeah, Tyler, that's the only real like fight, by the way. Left and right are a distraction. They don't matter. The only real fight is up and down. Up and down. Again, like one more time. Let me just let me hammer it home for you. Really quickly. You and give me you. Here's socialism being used to pay for group therapy for 175 CEOs. Your money went up to this. You paid for this. Did the state ever pay for your medical bills? Did the state ever pay for you to go to therapy? Ever? In your life? If you live in America? Do you have? When you call the police, they come and they shoot you. If you're black, at least. If you're a CEO, you get a brand new, like, special hotline to call the police. You get a brand new special hotline of special police that come and help you that are better than the other police. And they know not to shoot you when they show up. They forced you to go to therapy? Well, fair enough. Did they pay for it? Did they make you... Do you live in America? Did they make you pay for that? I'm curious, actually, about that. But they hate you. Capitalism is when rich CEOs steal other people's money for therapy. Capitalism is just when rich people steal your money. Post-leftism sounds like it has strings attached to Captain Buggy. I don't think so. It's about how it's accomplished. I suppose you do have post-leftism, which is critical of leftist ideologies in their relation to the state. You can't be uncritical of anything. You have to be critical of every single system. We're humans. We can be wrong. You should be critical of me just as critical as I am of other systems. Only through critique and honest discourse, only through engaging with each other honestly, trying to find good solutions, will we find good solutions. Because if you just say, this person seems okay, they seem correct, they might not be. And if you argue, but you don't want to like actually come to a conclusion, then you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. Whereas if you're arguing for the sake of creating a cohesive like narrative that makes sense, an ideology that makes sense, that works, then why isn't it a seemingly separate ideology? Because it has to come, like, were you here when we read that whole thing? I just read an entire piece of theory on the subject. I'm down with your critical outlooks. I define that as true leftist. I mean, true leftist sounds kind of, I don't know, for some reason I don't like how that sounds, or at least the optics of it. But yes, I think that is truly liberationary ideology, not just revolutionary, but liberationary. Tyler the Flower, you read what I just sent, and I think that could answer your question on like post-leftism ideology. Did you see how quickly you got a shout out and a clip played on the... No, I didn't. I got a shout out and a clip? How am I supposed to see that stuff? I don't see that kind of stuff. But cool. Thank you, Redolent Thought. I appreciate anyone who like clipped me and gave me a shout out. You guys are also awesome. I did check out their stream when you sent it to me, Oxpecker, and I dropped them a follow. But understand, the rich hate you. They will not stop hating you. They exist solely to make money by sucking any amount of wealth and happiness out of you and leaving you to suffer. Many of them, I would be willing to argue, enjoy it. I would think a lot of them read. You can read, or you can, like, I don't know, rewind the video a little bit and you'll see. Very soon I think ads showed up. Oh, cool. I don't think I played any ads today. I thought I had ads off, like, fully. It should be off fully. Look, I don't know. The entire thing was riddled with misconceptions of Lenin and complete bullcrap. All right, Lenin, I know that's your take. And speaking of, actually, you asked me when do you want to do the debate. Can we do this after New Year's? Because I now have to study for my citizenship test. And, oh, when I showed up in stream. Oh, yeah, no, I did get hit with an ad. Pre-roll or something, I don't know. Left, right, up, down, in, out. None of that matters, it's just up, down. No, I turned off ads because I wasn't getting any revenue off them. And that's not why. I would have kept the ads on if they were paying me. I do need to be paid to be able to do this. But that's the thing, you know? I don't have infinite funds. We're not the right. We don't have billionaires to fund our media. Working on donations is the way that I function. I mean, I'd like to, that'd be nice, but I did check. I've had ad revenue on for a while, and they have not, in the last 30 days, I turned off ads last stream, and they had given me $0.00 from ads in the last 30 days. Now, yes, speaking of, when in relation to the debate, I'll message you on Discord regarding that. I need to study for the citizenship test. I emailed my lawyer and I asked, and so I'm waiting for an answer. We'll find out. I don't know if I'm allowed to take the citizenship practice tests on stream, because if I am, that would be really fun, and I would absolutely. But we'll see. And I would love to do that, Tyler the Flower, but that also requires me watching me talk for 5 hours on top of that. And I don't know. I don't have the time, or really, I honestly just kind of hate listening to myself talk too. So, as most of you probably do. So that's not my strong suit. I tried. The ones I made were shit. If you go on my YouTube, which by the way you should if you're on Twitch, just in case they ban me from this site, my like early videos are shit. Post stream with an Australian and see if they can pass. Well, to be fair, I've done it with Australians and I tend to do better than them, but I've only done like 1 or 2. I need people to, I need to make enough money to pay an editor, or I need volunteers that will sit and cut my streams and post them on YouTube, because I don't have the time or money. Again, like I make a 5-hour live stream at least 4 or 5 days a week. I try and aim for. And then I hate video editing. Like, I genuinely really do. But we'll see. I think it's whenever people mention up versus down, I hear people start to say, well, now we're just using labels. Yeah, those are people that have money, Oxpecker. That's how you know who the bourgeoisie is. Well, to be fair, I'm not even monetized on YouTube. I don't have enough followers on YouTube, nor do I have enough watch time on YouTube. But yes, I know. But I also don't have the time, and I spend all of like my free time doing this. When I get off a stream, I cook myself food, I do like household chores, I do laundry, I get like very little chill time because I like doing this, so this counts as chill time for me. Unless I want to go do something in which like I do, but I really only get like 1 day a week off to just unwind, and I'm also chronically like physically ill, as in like I have chronic pain. So I would like to get there. YouTube does pay really well, but honestly, the goal is to get my own domain open so that I don't have to rely on 2 sites that could, I don't know, block me at any time. And yes, not just politics. Monday, we are going to be starting Disco Elysium. You guys voted for it. It was on sale. I bought the game. And as of right now on the Discord, I can see that the vote is every 2 weeks we'll be replacing Mark's Mondays with Disco Elysium. And so on Monday, I'm going to play Disco Elysium. Service guarantees citizenship to join the army. Well, what? I mean, to be fair, it's not how it works here, I'm pretty sure. But all I have to do is answer 5 questions on a test, and also don't join the military. Not a based answer. All I have to do is answer 5 questions. This is going to be my first Disco Elysium playthrough. I've never played it before. It'll be fun. I've seen other people play it a little bit, bits and pieces. I actually don't even really know much about the game, except that the voice is excellent, and that it has, yeah, I've heard the hype. I'm excited for it. We'll see, Captain Buggy. I mean, there's a I really do love media analysis. Now, before I leave you guys, I just want to leave you with a quote from Abraham Maslow, the guy who made, like, the Maslow pyramid. It's just, this is something that, like, I've kind of intrinsically believed for a long time, and I saw this quote yesterday, and it was like, oh wow, hold on, wait, I've almost said these exact words out loud, so I just want to read it to you. The most fortunate are those who have a wonderful capacity to appreciate again and again, freshly and naively, the basic goods of life with awe, pleasure, wonder, and even ecstasy. Life is full of bad shit, but it's also full of good shit. And even simple things, tiny little things, can bring these feelings, these emotions out in you. Your perspective shapes your reality just as much as your reality shapes your perspective. You can change how you perceive things just by deciding that you want to and putting effort into it. Again, February of this year, you guys could not have caught me talking into a camera and a microphone. You guys wouldn't be able to catch me getting my picture taken. I was very antisocial. I didn't go outside. I didn't talk to strangers. I didn't follow any of the advice I give you guys. But I started doing that specifically because I wanted to produce an outcome in which I was no longer afraid of engaging openly, socially. I wanted to be able to go out there and scream off the rooftop and not be afraid of the pushback. And that required me to build systems before that point. And I did. That's it. Come with me and you'll see a world of true imagination. It kind of like, it sounds kind of silly to say, but like, honestly, yeah. You get to decide, man. All of you. You own as much of this reality as any of the rest of us. There are no rules. There are only consequences and outcomes. The point of life is to just have a nice life, to enjoy it, to have positive experiences, and to ideally make positive outcomes for everyone else. Anyway, that's it for today. I might actually jump on tomorrow and play Disco Elysium if I can't stand it, but I am having friends over tonight, so we'll see. But I am moral of the stream, touch grass. Thank you all for tuning in again, and also join the Discord. Love you all. I'll see you next time.